My channel may review knives, but I have the most fun on the lives. Settle in and grab a snack. Juvan and his vibe will arrive to attack. Talking blades and casting shade. There may be some friendly debate, but please no hate. Wow! My channel may My channel may review knives, but I have the most fun on the lives. Settle in and grab a snack. Juvan and his vibe will arrive to attack. Talking blades and casting shade. There may be some friendly debate, but please no hate. But please no hate. My channel may very few nights, but please no hate. But please no hate. Wow. But please no hate. Wow. Very few nights, but please no hate. But please no hate. Play. Late night patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spin is about to start, so come on in and do your part. Juvan's Knife Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week. Fight. Insomniac, night, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Grab a snack, sit right back and never be alone. It's time for Insomniac, sit and spin. A knife live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, sit and spin is about to start, so come on in and do your part. Juvan's Knife Flicks is the channel you seek for new knife reviews and a show every week.
Welcome to Juvan's Knife Flicks. 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 The live streams popping, the comments are rocking, and Insomniac's favorite, no need for them knocking. You are now in the sit and spin, I'm at it again. About to hit you with some slapping content. Look at my pocket, I got a piece of steel in it. Real knife lover, they be feeling it, giveaway winner. I hope that you reelin' it, about to take off like the top of a penmanship. Got an extensive collection, I'm giving them flips like a river. This is a reflection of my craftsmanship, and I am the captain. If it ain't 3V, then it's ABL. Saying AD2, then it's Kush as well. It's hard to sell, they starve to swell. So pardon yourself, you caught in your cell. I might as well carry two knives for one job. Out the front, and the other is a hawk. Chilling with hawk, cutting the box. The comment is popping, it's full of the ox. Welcome to Juvan's Knife Flicks. 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 I have insomnia, I know what the hell I'ma do. Might just watch me some Juvan on YouTube. Flip on the flicks, just sit and consume. Grabbing my knife and
Kinder, Yibbo Shaky. Me unscrabbly. Chocka-doobie! Doubly chocka-doobie! Pop swabble!
What is up, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. As we gather for another Tuesday night, I'm Insomniac, sit and spin, where we hang out and we chill. I hear a cat making noise. I've got feedback in my ears. I hope y'all can hear me okay. I hope everybody is doing great on this hopefully short week as we have our last live stream before 2026, last live stream of the year. It's amazing another year has come and gone. We got Marco in the house, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got Rody in the house. Marco's a channel member. I forgot to shout that out. Dude, thank you. 35,000 subs. Yeah, that was a kind of a shock to me. It's all in my shorts, guys. I just put a lot of shorts out, and the more you put out there, the more people watch. So I appreciate all y'all support. You guys are the core. Y'all are the ones that come hang out on the live streams, watch the videos, the regular videos, and I appreciate each and every one of you. What is up, Richard Hopkins, the man, the myth, the legend, my Roman gnome buddy? Good to see you, my friend. Channel member, we got El Cap Addict in the house. Channel member, I was using my strop tonight, and guys, if you're looking for a killer strop, reach out to El Cap Addict, see if he's still making them. I put a little stroppy stuff on it. I think it's a 3 micron, maybe it's a 1 micron. But the stroppy stuff's lasted forever. I mean, I get probably 12 to 15 stroppings before I ever have to put any more stroppy stuff on it. It's a great strop. I appreciate that, buddy. There's Marco in the house. Channel member, good to see you. Good to see you. Kevin Smith of Knives is in the house. And a channel member, good to see you, my friend. Neil McKenzie, channel members in the house. Good to see you, buddy. I know Tri-State's live and some others are live. I'll be live for a while. It's kind of slacked down after Christmas down at the Knives and More. It was crazy leading up to Christmas. I'll have to tell y'all all about it. I think I probably have. Chris229, the man, the myth, and the donator of the Carl Jr. Deadhead, one of my favorite carries. I haven't gotten to poke or stab anybody with it yet, but I've not gotten into my Slurpee Saver stand yet. Hope I don't have to, but you never know. But yeah, it was absolutely nuts leading up to Christmas. People were coming in, like I said, buying stuff because they bought their nephew, niece, aunt, whoever, a case knife every year. Sold out almost of all the cases, sold out of a bunch of Benchmades, bunch of Spydercos, just sold a lot of stuff. And then today, I had an old gentleman who's been here about 4 years. He had a Mercedes. I thought it was different. It was a new Mercedes, but it had a Marine Corps emblem over the Marines logo, or over the Mercedes logo. Really cool guy, older gentleman, as you might imagine. And he was getting some knives sharpened. He was picking them up. And he turned to me and he goes, "Question for you. Do people really buy knives?" I was like, "Dude, you wouldn't believe it. You know, it's been absolutely insane," because I'm seeing a totally different side of the consumption ladder, right? I'm seeing a ton of people buying knives for, just to use them, just because they want to use them. And he was like, "I've never thought about carrying a knife." This guy's in his 80s, I would guess. And he's never carried a pocket knife, yet he uses kitchen knives all the time. And I said, "Well, you ought to try it sometime. There are plenty here to choose from. Just kind of think about what you cut on a daily basis." And he's like, "I don't think I cut anything." And I thought the same thing when I first got a flashlight. I don't need a flashlight. Well, I use it now as much as any EDC tool because it's convenient. Joe Isabella, member for 33 months. Dude, thank you so much. Joe Isabella is a gentleman, a scholar, and my personal shaman. I love him. Weird. Yeah, for some reason it's I'm doing my vertical here, and then on Rumble it streams big form. If anybody likes Rumble, which I really don't, I stream there to have a refuge in case YouTube just decides that I've, terms of service, whatever. Just to have a place to stream. Nobody goes over there. EDC 10 has been a member for 23 months. Dude, that is awesome. I didn't hear it last time. Did y'all hear it when I clicked on it? fired right. The first time it did not fire right. We do have a couple of guests coming tonight. Ryan Ellis, what is up, brother? Channel member. And my burger buddy and knife buddy from Saturday came up to Huntsville and went out and got to experience the knife buying public in action. But and you got a link with Shane. Shane's going to probably join us at some point. Friday night we've got a special guest. I know he's been on before, but he's got a new collaboration project that's getting ready to go live. It's going to go live much sooner than anticipated. Jason Grant's going to join us, and he's got the Gripper V2 prototypes. I did an early prototype when Best Tech was looking at it. Best Tech is not the OEM on this particular project, but the knives look great. I hope to have one after Peter. Therapeutic Edge is going to review one and then send it on to me, and then I'll send it to the next guy or gal. But yeah, he's going to join us Friday, and he's got several to show off, kind of talk about when I think they're going to drop maybe in 10 days, not that long. But it's cool. I'm glad he's using the OEM that he's using. I don't know of anyone else who's used it, but I'm familiar with it, but I'll keep the suspense high to let him tell you. Got a new video that's going live tomorrow that is the January unboxing of the Kaiser knives that can't be shown till then, like this little microbe, which they make in thumb studs or a hole deployment knife, little killer knife. You can get it in fat carbon. You can get it in luxury steels. You can get it more basic like mine. New blades shapes on the trestle, which was a clip point. Now they're making it in a spear point. The most exciting is sheepdog knives. Drop point in LMAX. Aluminum handles. Very economically priced for what it is. Well under $200. Really nice knife. DLC coated. I had a couple of fixed blades out here. I know I've got one in my pocket, but I had one out here and I don't know where it is. Anyway, there are going to be some little Amazon releases in 3 different blade shapes. A really nice little knife called the Pokemon. Doesn't look like a Pokemon. Reminds me of an original, but comes in some nice finishes and really cool blade shapes. So there are 3 different blade shapes. That's more of a sheep's foot. But there's a massive unboxing video coming on New Year's Day. A couple more that got misplaced. I don't know who they are. They're not where they're supposed to be. But anyhow, what are you going to do, right? But I'm glad everybody's here. We're going to chill. We're going to talk about knives. Hopefully Kyle will join us here in a little while, and maybe Shane will jump on if he hadn't hit the sack. There's no telling. But we got plenty to talk about. I'll point out my Zero vape, the only place I can point it out. They sent this to me for review. I thought it was kind of a joke, and now I'm trying to find out where to get them. Like 30,000 puffs, allegedly. I don't believe that, but I'm getting a lot of puffs, and it still fresh. I still prefer my regular vape, my little Vaporesso with peach ice. Yes, it sounds delectably refreshing, and it is very refreshing. Drinking a little Starbucks now just to try to get woken up. Pin Dylan's Kickstarter. Somebody drop it in the chat, and I will gladly pin it to the top because I have seen that coming across, but I've been predisposed with dad shit and knife stuff, local knife stuff. Met a really cool kid tonight, young guy who just got out of basic, picked up a balisong and a trainer, and he was pretty good with the balisong. I guess he got the trainer just to go to the next level, and some Zippos. But really cool kid, volunteering, going to be in Huntsville. Has always been in Huntsville. It's in your Instagram, buddy, in our group chat. But yeah, if we can get, we'll even go to it. I wasn't even thinking about that, but I would love to show what Dylan Mallory has got going on. One of the OG knives, I don't have it in arm's reach, but that I've kept in my collection and will keep in my collection is I got in on Dylan's first Mallory Designs knife, the Forest V1. I love that knife. It's very light, S35VN, carbon fiber with kind of skeletonized scales. So it's, again, very, very light. It doesn't feel as substantial as his later models, and his later models are better. Thank you, Richard. And Ryan put it up, so I'm going to pin this one. I got to make sure I don't put user in timeout. Man, they make this shit tricky. Let's click on it. Let's share it. Make sure it's taking us where we want to go. And it is. All right, so let's do that. Confirm. Let's share it. So this is his latest release, the H2O. I think, but I'm not sure, that Artisan Cutlery is the OEM. We'll see. Revealing it, my final OEM project. Use Divines 20 CV, titanium bolster lock, 175 base price, under $200. Early bird pricing and Kickstarter exclusives. Follow the project. Click notify, and I guess you get more information. I don't know how Kickstarter works. I'm a late generation Xer, but that link will take you right there. And I think all you got to do is hit notify me on launch and probably put in an email address. Let's just see. See, I've got a Kickstarter login, and I bet it's under. See if I can find it. As I dox myself. That's an old. Well, maybe I just sign in with Apple. Docs. As I lick coffee off my beard. Choose a passkey. Do I have to do this? Really? Cancel. Sign in. Whatever. Scan this QR code. I can't. All right. We're not doing that now. Just because I've got my phone hooked up as a camera. Screw that. I tried. It won't be as much trouble for you guys. Let's see what happens if I click forgot my password. I bet it'll send it back to me. And I've got a password keeper in my phone. I'm just guessing it would be this old Gmail address that I rarely use. John W. Evans. Sorry, we don't know that email address. All right, fuck off, Kickstarter. Stop sharing. How about that? Thanks, Ryan, for stressing me out. What's up, Shane?
What's up, guys?
Man, living the dream. Let me pull that off. Boom. We're vertical on YouTube. Anybody that wants to go to Rumble, that's where the action is.
I don't think you saw my comment, but I'm actually kind of mad that I like that little Kaiser as much as I do.
The microbe?
Yeah. But you know why? If we reshape that handle, that would be a damn near perfect rendition of the folder version of the fret.
it's a little bit rounder than the fret.
It is.
But
it is.
I saw on their website, you can actually see this knife in all of its configurations. So mine's kind of one of the base ones. I love their top liner lock, but you can get this with a blade hole. Half of them have a really big, sharp blade hole that I think would be very.
That's the best looking thing Kaiser's made in a while.
Yeah, and it's not being shown off until the first, but it's a cool knife. It's the favorite. Except the sheepdog. The sheepdog's pretty sweet too.
By the way, El Cap, I have no choice but to take you up on the deal we were working. I didn't explain this to you ahead of time, but my wife got to experience a Spyderco civilian a few years ago and has wanted one since. And when I opened, your box came today, by the way, and when I opened it, she immediately fell in love. I haven't even got to touch it.
Did you get one?
No. El Cap sent me a cold steel serrated black talon.
Ooh, that's even uglier.
Yeah, she loves that thing. So yeah, I'll be cutting your kitchen knife blade out this week.
Well, I just saw a civilian today, and I don't know if it was Tate's personal or if it was.
I think I like the black talon better.
Yeah, I do too.
I definitely like the price better.
I don't like the way the civilian blade sits up. Yeah, you can see air through it.
Talon's got a pretty
yeah, I know. Well, that's part of what it is.
I think the handle's more comfortable. I like the fact that it's got the wave feature. I like the fact that it doesn't have a hole in it. I don't want a hole in everything.
No.
I may end up having to get another one. Actually, I already have to get my daughter wants one for her birthday, so now I have to get a black talon for her birthday, and then somehow manage to get a third one for myself because I love it too.
Well, I know.
She's like, I can't imagine even cutting anything. She's like, this is only good for one thing. I'm like, you're right. It was designed for one thing. Purpose
built. Are they still making those?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got I can check with Tate and see if we can get that many in.
I gotta find out what El Cap did though. He softened the triad lock spring, and dude, it helped me tremendously. Like I struggle with my Format Scout to disengage the lock because of my thumbs. He said he softened that one a little bit. It's got great lockup, works great, but it disengages a lot easier. So I don't
remember if you take a link or two out of the spring or if you use a replacement ballpoint.
No, it's a torsion bar. So I don't know if he just bent it some or I don't know. I got to find out.
And there's not a spring in there?
Yeah, it's just a torsion bar spring. It's just a little flat piece of spring steel.
Like a leaf spring, not a leaf spring, but like a straight spring.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I had a happy accident happen in my knife making, and I just finally got answers on it. For those of you who hadn't seen it, I kind of posted it as a joke, but this is Sobit Scooter's Homestead. Can you see this really rustic looking etch?
Yeah, what is that? It looks like an acid etch.
It is, but it was not supposed to look like this. I have done a lot of acid etching. I've never had a knife do this, and I didn't understand what happened. Can you also see? No, it's not pits.
Not Pro X. I mean, what kind of is that? Pro Cut?
Yeah. Can you see how the blade has a copperish tone to it as well?
I believe you.
Reddish copper, especially up here at the spine. It looks very coppery. What do y'all hear?
Like a flame anode?
Yeah, this is amazing. What happened? All right, so first of all, I ruined a piece of crewware recently. I put it in for etch and forgot about it. It was in there like 8 hours. I took it out. It was all pitted up. It was garbage. I threw it away. What I didn't know was I was supposed to throw the acid away. There was so much iron,
metal, and debris in that acid.
Right, but so that's what caused this finish.
The imperfections in the acid that you dunked that in.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. Come to find out, Scooter loves it. I like it too. I just don't know how it happened. So he wants me to leave it that way, and I'm gonna. But the copper color is because I put a coat hanger in the thing to dip it. And you know that bronze coating on the coat hanger? It's now on the knife. Yeah, it's on the knife now. And it won't he's like, dude, that's how they put that coating on. It's like it'll never come off. So that's kind of cool.
I'm going to your Instagram to see if I can find that picture that they're talking about. There it is.
Yeah. I love it like that too. Now, the only issue is the other side doesn't have as much of it.
I wonder why it wouldn't be, since it's in the acid, since the imperfections. I mean, that looks cool, dude.
Yeah.
I love that blade shape.
I need a little more light in that picture, didn't I?
Nah. You got light there that kind of takes the more light you got, light's the battle. You know that.
Oh yeah. That's a different knife. Same
is it?
knife, just two different ones. Yeah, that one belongs to Jacob Vargas, and I've got another gallon of acid coming. It'll be here on the 7th, so I'm waiting till I get the new acid to redo his.
Would you call those clip point Bowies?
Yeah, it's just a Homestead clip point. Now, I used to call this the Polar, and that was a stupid name, so I changed it to the Homestead. I used originally I did these in a spear point, and they weren't super popular. That was the first knife that Paul Mills ever bought from me. Was
Hey, Kathleen.
that
Dude,
knife?
I think that looks killer. Have you worked on those scales, hadn't you?
Yeah. I've they're not completely done, but they've got aluminum pins. I've started using a lanyard tube. These are nice, very smooth, very comfortable. That's that shred carbon fiber.
Yeah, that's beautiful, dude.
And then this is just a multi-layer G10, and I do the scallops on it. I didn't see a point of doing that on the carbon fiber. I don't think it would have improved.
No, you know what that reminds me of? And it's a good thing. It reminds me of, we traded for a knife today that Tate got for himself. Have you ever seen Winkler's knives? I'd not seen a Winkler knife in person. A sheriff came in and traded it because he thought he'd bought the bigger size from a friend. It has a handle very similar to that, kind of thin, and has.
Wait, the thing about Winklers, man, they're very basic, and they're in a very basic steel. And I get that you're paying for his association with Jack Carr and the SEAL teams and all that stuff, but I'll say this with the utmost knowing that I'm right. This is a better knife.
Oh, I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting it. I wasn't comparing
I don't
it.
think anything away from it because I love that man. I love his story. I love everything about it. But again, he can make those same knives in a slightly better material, and I wouldn't be able to say that.
Yeah, he's making. I forgot the stock's really thick on this knife.
Yeah,
and it could be thick in anything. But again, I think the purpose.
Yeah, I can make these thick. I've got some thick material, but
and Tate and I talk about it.
I like using this 330 seconds. It makes it nice and slicey.
I think there's a whole list of variables that come into play when you're taking it to a production level. From what you're able to do versus what your risk reward is for doing it. And like I said, I've noticed that a lot of the people, the bushcrafters, the hardcore people that come in that look like they live off the grid, aren't looking for a super steel. You know, they're not. It's just not a concern of theirs. And I just don't know. I
always
know
say that, John, because if you're making a combat knife and you're telling people that you pick that steel because of its toughness, then use a tough steel. Actually, use a tough steel. Don't, you know? I'll never understand it. I just don't get it. If toughness is your only issue and you want to use a carbon steel, then
so the carbon steel quenching process. If you're doing 100 blades, is there an issue that you run into that would make one considerably more difficult than the other in a heat treat? Because most of these guys aren't doing their own heat treat.
Did you see the video Montana knife company put up today?
No, I didn't watch Greg Metz's
When these companies do large batch heat treating, they hang them on these racks and they go in this oven. It's usually round. I don't know why they're round.
To keep the corners, because if you get corners, they get cold corners.
Yeah, so they run it in there. It heats it up to 1550 for 15 minutes, and then they don't take them out to quench them. When the soak time is over, they pull a vacuum on that chamber, which drops the temperature and quenches it that way. So there's zero difference. It wouldn't matter if they were using. Wouldn't matter if they were using 15N20, which is stupid tough, 8670, which is now. Keep in mind when I say that, that doesn't apply to people who are progressing. I'm talking about knife companies doing large production runs of knives.
I agree 100%, Connie.
They don't have an excuse anymore.
Well, yeah. I know that, for example, we've talked about TKL getting away from AEBL, or not AEBL, Nitro V because of loss, because they were losing so much of each run for whatever reason.
Whoa. They're not getting away from either one of those. They're moving away from AEC RV2.
That's what I meant. Did I say that second? I thought I came to that one second, but my brain might have just thought it.
You said AEBL Nitro V. And either one of those are better. But like I said, that only applies to a
D
production.
Conga shouting out to you.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. But yeah, like Dom does some knives in 1095, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, when you buy it, you know what it is. If I had the money right now, I'd buy one of the ones he has up for sale, and I wouldn't care that that's what the steel is. I'm talking about production companies that are saying things that aren't necessarily true.
With the marketing departments getting a little crazy with their claim.
That they could make true very easily. They're completely capable of it. They don't even have to go to a stainless. But they can't. They can do that too because they heat treat the stainless in those large ovens the same way.
And you wonder, I guess it varies from company to company how much stock, i.e., steel, they have in stock. And I don't think most of the companies we're talking about don't have a lot. They're probably buying. And I wonder if it's a supply issue or
Chris Reeve. Gosh, man, I've said it before. I don't want to say it and get it wrong, but it was like 20 tons, I think, of S45 VN they bought. And then he just had to sit on it because MagnaCut came out. And I understand not every company can afford to do that.
What's up, Maddie?
But Tim took, the hundreds of thousands of dollars he spent buying that steel and put it on the back burner because everybody wanted MagnaCut. And I get TKL probably can't do that.
No.
But and
he may have generations, or not generations, but I think that was.
Yeah, he may have had 20 tons of 80C RV2 that he's been trying to work through. I get that too. But I'm talking about companies like Tops and Essie. There's just no reason for that anymore.
Yeah, to me, it does make me wonder that when you're looking at those decisions and you're looking at the knife buying public, at some point, when do you try to get your and I know ethically
when the numbers make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, and you'd think that the numbers already make sense because you're making a better product. You can afford to extend your warranty or whatever. Just because
most people don't know or care.
No,
it only matters to a handful of us.
You know what else I learned, dude? I learned two things today, and y'all all probably think I'm stupid because you probably knew this. Do you know who owns Flytanium?
I did.
Blade HQ.
Okay, yeah.
And did you know who owns Case? WR Case?
Zippo?
Yeah, dude. I would have thought the Case was a much bigger company.
I thought Case bought Zippo.
Nope. Zippo bought Case.
Okay.
And Zippo, I think, is a considerably larger company.
Yeah. I feel like it's probably a lot easier to make a lighter than it is a good knife.
Yeah, but when you talk about innovation, I think Zippo did something innovative. When I smoked, I thought they were cool. The way you could flip them open, Again, they're not efficient. They leak like a sieve.
They do.
But I think they've got they're onto a good thing. And the patterns, man, I had a guy tonight and Zippos are not expensive. There's a bridegroom skeleton set that's like $69. It's 2 lighters. And then he got a mushroom. This is a guy who just got out of boot camp. And he came in to treat himself. He's a really cool kid, kind of inspirational story. You can tell it didn't come from much, doesn't have a lot of, brilliance, but he's a enthusiastic kind of kid you'd want out there doing the hard fucking shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, just really cool kid. He bought these 3 lighters and they were hell $100.
Yeah. Well, dude, I've got 2 Zippos. One Mad Jocko gave me that is my absolute favorite because of the fact that it was still around. But he got me a Boondock Saints Zippo. And then
that was a comic, right?
It's this movie right here.
Oh, gotcha.
And then I bought I bought a
that may be junk, Gary. That's it.
Yeah, I bought a Bob DeMarco Knife Junkie Zippo.
Very cool. I've got my Zippos. I've got 2. One of them, I've got the little bit set that you can get that Zippo makes. It holds 3 bits at the bottom and 1 bit on top. So I've got a Phillips, a T10, T8, and a T6. and I just carry it in my bug out bag. And then my other one, I've got a single jet insert. So I put the butane in it because my Dynavap, my little personal vaping device, you have to have one of those torch lighters, and that Zippo's perfect. The double blade or the double flame, I've got both, but it gets it too hot and it'll sometimes make you combust, where that single flame is just perfect. Because what it does is it heats it up till it clicks like an oven. And so instead of inhaling smoke, you inhale vapor.
Well, I'll tell you, when I smoke, I prefer the liquid Zippo fluid. I like the taste, but I am going to put a butane insert in my knife chunky one.
Well, for starting fires and stuff like that. They don't
leak as much. Yeah, they don't leak as much.
I'll tell you, if you want to get one that will never leak, there are a couple of cool things. This little match.
They're just really hard to beat a big lighter.
You can't beat a big lighter because they're cheap, and you can buy 10 of them and have them in your bag. But this little thing has rings in it, O-rings, and it just holds enough lighter fluid to strike that match.
Yeah.
Then I've got that.
John, I got one of those with my Camel Bucks. Remember back with the Joe Camel Bucks? I got a Camel Forever.
Striker.
Call it. Yeah. It's great. It worked great.
Yeah, B Shady, I've got the bit insert in mine because I don't smoke. Here's my, I think this is my, so it's a Zippo insert, but the bottom will hold 3 T6 or 1/4-inch bits. That's what it looks like.
Dom, I agree. I think a cigarette tastes way better lit with a regular Zippo.
You know, I don't think I would like a cigarette now. I mean, it's been, and I used to crave them. When I was vaping for the first couple of years, which was like 10 years or maybe 8 years after I quit smoking, I was on Nicorette forever. And I wanted to get into vaping, and I wanted something that tasted like a Marlboro Light, and none of the tobacco flavors tasted tobacco. And this is when vaping was in those little pins, and you didn't get good flavor. But I don't crave them anymore. I don't, like, if I'm at a restaurant or a bar when I was dating and people were smoking, I don't get offended by the smoke. I like the way secondhand smoke smells, but I just don't think I'd enjoy inhaling one.
Yeah. Oh, that little Kaiser you mailed me? My daughter's already claimed it.
Good. I forgot what I mailed you, dude. I know you said that we talked about a couple of knives.
I don't remember what it is either.
But that's cool that they're being used. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, she already.
And Zippos, I can see how somebody could really get into collecting them because I mean the artwork goes deep. I mean you can find stuff represented for any niche or hobby out there. I mean, I didn't know there was a Bob DeMarco one.
Yeah, you can have anything made. You could get Javon's Knife Flicks Zippos made
from a legit Zippo.
Yeah, they'll do anything. I mean, everything's so easy now, Don. It's so easy to put a label on something. I mean, it's painted on there. It's nicely done, but that's not like it used to be. Everything's simple now.
So I've had a new merch company reach out to me, and they sent me a shirt that I really like, and I'm thinking about switching. It's called T something, not Teespring, but T something. And I've got this shirt that I kind of came up with. It's kind of inspired by the niche designs because it's got different blade steels, but it's got more modern blade steels on it. And then it's got Insomniac Sit and Spin on the back. It's just an Insomniac shirt that I was fucking around with on Spring's platform. Well, I got it in and I wore it to Knives and More. And I asked Tate towards the end of the day, I was like, "Say, dude, what do you think about my shirt?" They sent it to me to see what they thought about it. I wanted him to feel the fabric because it's a good shirt. I don't know how much it costs. And he's like, "Dude, crew wear's misspelled and it's been driving me crazy all fucking day. It's everything. It's taken everything I've got." You know, Tate's got a weird sense of humor. He goes, "It's taken everything in me not to fucking just ask you what the fuck, you know?" And what's funny is I've been going looking for that design that I made in Canva to just change it to WEAR from WARE, and I can't find it, man.
I can see that driving Tate crazy. That drives me crazy.
Well, it would drive anybody who knows, so I'm sure it looks really stupid. Yeah. But Tate's one of those that I'm sure it gets on his tisms.
Palmer, I threw that thing in the garbage. It was funny, and I appreciated the thought. but I didn't want, my daughter looking for a knife or something and stumbling across that microphone, so I threw it away.
Did it look like a PP?
No, it was like a flashlight, but it was in the shape of a microphone.
Oh, so the reverse of a PP.
Yeah, you take the top off of it, and it had a silicone vagina inside of it. But I'll say this: it was not made for a real man. There just wasn't enough room, and I ain't talking about depth.
Well, think of who designed it.
I did that on camera. I shoved my finger in it.
Think of where it came from.
Right.
Little people.
Yeah.
I forget which. It was Tenable or Concept or somebody that was talking about a bigger knife they put out. No, I'll tell you who it was. Was it North American Blades? Yeah, it was North American Blades. They've been making knives in Asia for 8 years, in the USA for 1. And on their page, it says, and what we learned is Americans like bigger knives. So that's where they made their Chop XL, because they'd been making knives smaller before. And there's room for both of them.
Is there?
Big knives and small knives, or Chinese knives and American knives? Yes and yes.
I mean, there's not going to be eventually.
Why?
Because that's their goals, to put American knife manufacturers out of business.
All the case people that die have a total generation of people who are gonna buy cases, and all case stores carry Benchmade, and so many people are Benchmade. What do you call it? Lemmings.
Think about the percentages of time that you're on the internet and you hear people praising a Chinese knife compared to the percentage of time you hear people bitching about Benchmade not worth that.
That's my point. That's my point. The internet is Paquita of the knife buyers. It's such a small and maybe someday it will affect it, but I know that we don't carry Kaiser. We'll buy a few from one of the distributors. Blue Ridge is a big knife distributor. I think that's what they're called. Blue Ridge something. They sell anything. You can go to their catalog and it's like that thick. You can buy any knife and they'll send it to you. But the markups aren't there. So we carry cold steel. That's our only imported knife. They don't carry stuff from, I guess you'd call them hostile countries, unless they're buying 1s and 2s, and usually they come in on trade-ins. Right. But people aren't coming in looking for. I had that kid today who was going to go to Blade HQ, and he's going to buy.
Well, John, I mean, Civivi's already growing a name in Walmart. My brother-in-law, when we did our little Secret Santa thing, you could put a link to the knife that you found. Now, this guy knows nothing about pocket knives at all whatsoever. And the internet pointed him to a Civivi Mini Praxis.
On Walmart.
I bought it for him because that's what he asked for. But
right.
Not in the knife community. So I'm not talking about overnight, John. It's happening whether we like it or not.
I'm telling you.
And we are fueling it, whether we admit it or not.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm saying for the last 20 some odd years, I remember when I bought gas station knives at the knife store at Parkway City Mall, they were all from China. Right. And I know that American makers were still making knives, and I'm just under the belief that there's so many people. Huntsville, Alabama is progressive. I wouldn't expect it to be as many people that are American only buyers, but it's a big military town. So I guess there's that, but they are going to buy a Benchmade or USA made Kershaw or something else. They're just not.
Well, let me tell you,
they don't see all the different designs. They don't see all the Tempest designs. They don't see all the Devo designs that come out all the time. They're just not exposed to it.
Me and you both know that because those same people are in their little chat group talking about how easy it is to get money out of their viewers because that's their only customers or their viewers.
Right.
We've witnessed it.
Yeah.
Them talking about what suckers these people are and how easy it is to get their money. But, my only hope is like, I gave my brother-in-law a kitchen knife this year for Christmas. And he messaged me today a picture of his cutting board and all the food he cut up for dinner tonight. And he was like, dude, I had no idea. I had no idea what. He's like, I thought
how much cut you could get off a real blade.
I thought knives were just knives. He's like, I've never experienced it. I was like, well, keep this in mind. I was honest with him. It was like, There's knives out there that are better than what I'm making. I'm trying to get there, but now he's experienced the difference. Just like if a guy carrying a case was ever stuck in a situation like I was when I went to work at that farm and had to cut bags of grain literally all day, I learned very quickly that Kershaw I was carrying, there had to be something better. And I found something better, and now I can't go back. The problem is not that many people are having that come to Jesus moment.
It's happening slowly, and I'll tell you one way that I watch it happen is we sharpen a lot of knives. I didn't realize how many knives take sharpened, but we have people from the nicer parts of Huntsville bring us in. The husband will bring in their block of kitchen knives and leave them overnight. And some of these knives, Tate's pointed out the brands that are very expensive, have really nice handles, heavy knives, nice displays, but the steel's just shit. It feathers out. He can't get a burr. He has to get them sharp. And when I felt him, because he wanted me to feel him today against a knife that was a Japanese steel, and the Japanese steel, you could definitely feel more bite. But to an everyday guy like me, the knives that were more expensive.
2 knives in my life that I could not sharpen. And one was a Gerber paraframe. Could not get an apex. Now, don't get me wrong, when he got it back, he thought it was sharp because of what he had to compare it to. But it would never form a burr. It just kept flip-flopping back and forth. Garbage. And the other was actually a pretty cool idea. You remember those CRKT? Is it the Executive? Is that the name of it? There's a real thin, like gentleman's knife in carbon fiber. Real narrow.
Are you talking the CEO? The CRKT CEO had one thumb stud?
No, this one had a gnarled flipper that rolled around the top. It wasn't the CEO.
Okay.
I can't remember what it was. I liked it. Somebody gifted it to me, and I really liked it, and could not put an edge on it.
What's the blade steel allegedly? D2?
It was just no. It was absolute garbage. I don't remember what. I don't even think it said. Yeah, I haven't ran into that, but I mean, I run everything so hard that maybe I'm having a different experience.
Well, that's why the case enthusiasts, and you've got most of the case people, when you wrap their knife up, they're not unwrapping it. Yeah. Their widow will bring it in inevitably in 10 to 30 years and sell it back to John.
My brother still works at that farm. He uses a case every day.
And I
watch him cutting like baling twine, and I can see the veins in his wrist pop up.
Is he using a carbon steel or stainless? Because people don't buy the stainless for cutting for whatever reason.
He uses the carbon.
Yeah,
but I can see the veins in his wrist pop up. When he's trying to push that thing through.
Well, they're not designed for that, really.
I mean, it's thin twine anyway. He doesn't care, but I mean, I could probably never convert him because that's just what he thinks he's supposed to carry.
Yeah, and again, so much of that is, and that's what my channel's all about, how knives make me feel. But people that buy them are the same way. They come in, they might not initially be looking for something. It's rare that somebody comes in and leaves with something totally different than they planned on. I'm that guy.
You're absolutely right. Just like, those little knives that Don makes, that's not me at all. I'll probably struggle with that knife because it's small. 1095 is not my thing. But none of that matters. I saw it, and it gave me a feeling, and I've had that feeling ever since. And I'll own one day. Yeah,
exactly. Because certain knives make you feel different ways. I mean, there's some really nice knives that people love. The F5.5. I'm not a fan of it.
Why I haven't mounted this on my chest rig is purely out of pride, because I don't want somebody to see me with this on my chest rig and be like, well, why aren't you carrying your own knife? Well, that's a very good point.
Because it's like, why aren't you watching your own videos?
Yeah, I didn't need this knife, but I love it.
There's no reason not to carry it.
Right.
And if people ask you, say, well, I carry my knives too, but I bought this one because I love the fact that I can't find what blade steel it's made out of.
I can always defend myself by saying, I can't make this, because I can't. I don't have the machinery to make this.
That's a CNC grind, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. This is all CNC made. And you can tell it's...
What's up, Paul Mills? Because
it's not sharp for shit. So I'm going to send it to Kyle to put an edge on that. You know, if somebody came out and said, Freeman only runs their magnet cut at 61. I don't care. I never cared about this knife will probably never be used for its intended purpose. It just gave me a feeling, so I bought it.
But you know, Benchmade just added and upgraded all their water series knives to MagnaCut. Not because of its edge retention, they're heat treating it for the stainless properties.
Right.
Right. So it's not, and so did Spyderco. I don't know what they're heat treated, excuse me, but Spyderco just changed all their salts from LC200 to MagnaCut. And I'm sure they're optimizing it for the stainlessness.
They were. And Dawson told me that they have bumped it up from like 61, 62 to 63, 64. I'm pretty sure it was Jeffrey Dawson said that. So I'm hoping that's the case. But again, if I was a deckhand on a fishing boat, I would be okay with it being 61, 62 because the goal was the stainless. The goal.
Have you seen them with the black G10 and the black blades?
Yeah.
You know the next one coming out that's being released in a couple
I've never understood why Spyderco. They'll make a knife in MagnaCut and paint it black, and then make a knife in Rex 121 and leave it blank. They fucking coat the knives that need coated. Don't coat the knives that don't need coat. I don't understand.
It's just an extra level of protection. But the Manix 3, dude, is the next salt series coming out.
There's no such thing as a Manix 3.
Manix 2. Is that what I meant? Yeah.
Manix 2.
I meant Manix 2.
Manix 3 is
a mysterious
that Cheeto made up, and that's why I tell everybody he's an asshole.
Paul Mills, dude, 2.5 years. We've been together longer than that. Dude, it means the world to me.
I just wish my Rex 121 was coated, but it's not. So, hey, Gabe.
Hey, Gabe.
Yeah.
Gabe, the big head ogre is Shane Blade, Edgy American Blades, and the hippie gnome is Javon. And welcome. Enjoy your ride through the Insomniac sit and spin.
Yeah, Palm, I know they make them uncoated. It just seems like, and I could be wrong if you actually looked up the statistics, but from what I see, it seems like Spyderco coats more stainless blades than they do non-corrosion resistant blades. It just seems that way to me.
Todd Card, channel member. And you know, I think they do it. I wonder how much they do it for look. Because for example, there's an S90V pair of two you saw the other day in Tiffany blue with a black blade.
Yeah, doesn't need it at all.
No.
But it looks good.
And maybe, do you think that's why they do it that way?
Yeah, that Tiffany blue look. Tiffany blue and the hot pink they did, not the breast cancer, the hot pink. Both of those look awesome with a black blade. Todd Card, you'd be proud to know I got a cold steel in today, and I owned it for about 15 seconds. I've already told the story, but I'll tell it again. El Cap and I were working a trade on me making him a kitchen knife, and I told him that I've been looking for a black Talon serrated, so he sent me his. I literally took it out of the box, I was holding it, and my wife walked up and took it away from me.
You can call me Nannerpuss.
Got right there. Yeah, El Cap, send me a message. Let me know how you did that on that lock, dude, because that I'm very interested in that. That will help me tremendously with my cold steels. Like, I have to turn my 4-Max Scout sideways and put this part of my thumb. It's kind of embarrassing to watch. I have a hard time unlocking.
I have a hard time with my 4-Max. I don't feel bad. I'll tell you what.
I see people that put the tip of their thumb in it, mash it. I can't do that.
I struggle more without the fronts, retracting them. I can push them out, but retracting them is always, I don't have that thumb length / strength, whatever you want to call it.
That's the reason why the only one I'll ever own is that live wire.
Thank you, Stevie. The secrets to my growth is shorts, and that's why nobody watches my videos, but I'm happy to have them. They watch my shorts.
I understand that, Elcat. I just need to know, like, what the process was. I don't want to get in there and silverback gorilla it and break it or something stupid. But I'll get
Panda it. You don't want to panda it.
Yeah.
And I think that was just part of the metal they used in that cold steel Code 4. When you looked
The
at the
thing
way
about
it
spring
broke,
steel is it can be brittle. So I mean that makes sense. It can break. And again, it was heat treated along with 5,000 other little torsion bar springs in an oven. You know, maybe it got hotter than the other pieces. Maybe it didn't cool off as fast as the other pieces. Who knows?
I learned something from Tate today too, is you don't want to take apart Benchmade automatics that have axis locks.
I got called me today about his Benchmade automatic because it wouldn't retract. When you go to retract it, it would kind of fall back and stop.
The only reason is he's got shit debris in there.
That's what I told him. I said, don't oil it. I said, just spray it out with brake clean. Several times, spray it, dump it.
You can even put it under warm water. On their page, on their YouTube page, they show how you go in and can clean those out and just warm water, then oil it. But I think out the front's not as much as the Benchmade adds the trickiness of you've got the Omega springs and you've got the leaf spring.
Right.
And evidently getting all that shit lined up and closed up is a bitch. It is a Benchmade automatic.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you guys,
Shady, that's always my FYI for tonight. But I also agree with buy what makes you happy. And sometimes it doesn't matter. Like I don't even know what steel that black talon's in.
Lancelot leather. I need to reach out to you.
If I found out it was 3CR, I wouldn't care. Just don't care.
Through either I guess I'll EDC Roundtable, I'll send you a message, or I might send you a DM and you direct me to how to get talking about Ryan Ellis had a sheath you did for him for his shark, his SPK shark, and I want to get one made for a Steve Clarey tried and true. And I'll send it to you, but I love the way you did Ryan's fixed blade sheath. But I'll shoot you a message so we can talk about it.
Lancelot definitely makes some beautiful stuff, man.
He does, dude. And that's nothing against 1931 Leatherworks. That's nothing against Three Feather EDC. It's just I like variety. And
You want to know one of the reasons why I use Terry instead of Joe? I'll tell you exactly why. Joe doesn't have time, nor do I have time or the money and logistics for me to ship every knife I make to Joe and him custom make the sheath to fit it. If I were going to use Joe, I would use Joe at a point when I started having them laser cut.
Yeah, you have
exactly the same so that Joe can make 10, 20 sheets, whatever it is he wants to make for that.
all for Tug sheaths because he's had the pattern and he knows they're all going to be the same.
Whereas, Joe's are much more custom fitted than Terry's. So if Joe custom fitted a knife for one of my thugs and you took it out and put another one in, might be a little off. Because not all my knives, like the one I just made, if I hold up the one I just finished for Paul Mills next to one of the ones that are going to Canada, it's way slimmer. It's not as tall. It's a slightly different knife.
Are you cutting them from memory or do you have a template?
I cut them from memory, but when I go to make a batch, I've got just like a cardboard template. I'll draw it out, and I try to make all 10 of them the same, but because I'm doing everything by hand, they just don't always all come out the same.
No. And that's part of the beauty of getting a custom knife is it's going to be different.
But yeah, if I wanted a leather sheath for this, which I don't, because I don't think it fits this knife, I'd have Joe do it and have it custom molded to fit this knife.
This is about to be extinct in the state of Alabama. Thanks, Alabama. You bunch of pussies.
I got you on January 3rd, Shane. Well, they're going out this week, buddy. It's just done. I've done everything to it I can do. Yeah. And I also love that.
I love my clip slip, Stevie.
Joe's got that inside connection with, I say inside connection. I may be misspeaking, but the fact that he uses the Lynch clips makes them that much more desirable to me, too.
Well, he's got a custom Lynch clip that he uses.
Right. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it's a great clip.
because I like Casey a lot too. So it's always cool to see people.
I threw up in my mouth for a second, but I didn't realize you were talking about Casey at Lynch. KCAS. I watched his live this afternoon, not Lynch's, but KC's.
Oh, I ain't been to KC live in a while.
It's a Tempest infomercial. Nothing wrong with that.
I got him so confused, dude.
Dan Stan, you're not a moderator?
John, I like all of his Facebook posts, and I'll comment on them, and talk about his beautiful family, and he's just so confused, man. Like you can tell he's nervous that I'm being nice, but I'm legit being nice.
You've always been. I mean, and like I told Kate today, as a person, because we were watching it together. I told him as a person, he's a warm, wonderful human being, great dad, great dude. But watching him avoid you when I was on mushrooms at the Kaiser dinner was fucking gold, dude. I mean, that was so beautiful. It was almost like you had
set it off.
It was almost like you had a lawn cutting blade, running around your ankles and your neck that had like an 8-foot radius around it. Because every time he'd come up to you, he'd see that helicopter blade and he'd veer off.
Yeah, he's certainly confused by it. But I figured he also kind of needed it. Stevie is so both feet in his ass all the time. I figured me being nice to him would kind of balance it a little bit.
Well, what's kind of amazing, Casey, not as fast. We're talking jokingly. He's a great guy. But what made his live fun today is he does vertical streams and he gets trolled by people who come there to troll him. It's because he's KC.
You got to accept that.
Oh, yeah. But, some people can just blow it off and accept it and laugh at it. And like Stevie's a master of turning it around. And to me, it doesn't bother me at all. But some people, I know they get in their feels when people.
I've already heard that somebody went into Donnie's live dropping racist comments. I've already heard that I was accused of that. And let me tell you, if I'm going to fuck with you or talk shit, I'll tell you. I ain't hiding nothing. That was not me. I don't know anything about it.
I can't picture you making aliases.
I make some aliases for fun, but I always expose myself.
Yeah, and you're not a racist dude.
When I had Dixie Normus, everybody knew I was Dixie Normus. That wasn't a secret. Yeah.
Was that during Metal Mondays last night? Or a different live?
No, I think this was sometime last week. Apparently they did it to Donnie and then turned around and did it to somebody. Dan, somebody.
What people do is, there's a Dan, but I forget, there's so many. But people will do towers and they'll type race. That's the stuff that I don't tolerate and that I want all y'all with wrenches to kind of self-moderate and feel free to hide that shit. Because it's just, it's ugly. It doesn't represent us.
And I would just attack you personally. I wouldn't come in saying some racist shit.
No, you wouldn't. That to me, that's like going to I don't have any real things to attack you on, so I'm going to go broad brush, right?
Right.
And most people that I know that I've got beef with, which are few, there's plenty of shit on the talk to them about.
At the same time, I will say my idea of racism and yours may differ.
Yeah, but you're not going to go in and in-bomb.
I'm only saying that because there's people around here that like to throw that word around unnecessarily. If you're not impacting my life negatively, I don't consider that any kind of discrimination or oppression. You can say whatever you want. Because at the end of the day, I've had this argument with people. At the end of the day, hate is hate. Whether you're calling a black person an N-word or you're calling a Hispanic person spit, or whatever. Hate is hate. It's all the same. One is not more powerful, more illegal, or more evil than the other. It's no different than, if you pushed making fun of me being fat and bald too far, in my opinion. If you're being hateful, you're being hateful.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. And the intent is a lot of what that hate comes from the heart.
Right.
And a lot of times hate skirts the original argument, or at least the surface argument. That's
what I tried to have with Donnie one night about the whole sundown towns. He thinks that's just the worst thing in the world. And it is. It's horrible that there are these places where, they have signs telling black people not to be there after the sun goes down. I don't know that they still exist. Maybe they do. The closest one to here was between here and Huntsville, and it don't exist anymore.
It was Arab.
But I asked him, I was like, what's the difference between that and I can't walk down a sidewalk in Fresno without having to physically fight to defend myself against somebody I've not even spoken to? Oh, well, that's because you don't belong there. Huh?
That's
you had no business being there. So that's the same thing. Hate is hate, regardless of who it's pointed at, for what reason. It doesn't matter. It's just like, racism and homophobia are the same thing. If you hate somebody and you do things to negatively affect their life, it's just hate.
Yeah. And
I don't think we need 50 names for it.
And I also think that the person that dishes out the hate is the one that's inevitably suffering from it the most, because it's eating them alive.
You're right. You call me fat or bald, but don't hit me with both.
Shane is a little bit.
That was an example, because neither one of those really bothered me.
No, you can call me anything. I've got this deal. I've told you guys, I think, on the streams before, that comes in. He hadn't been in a while. He might have seen the bulge under my shirt, but he always comes in and fucks with me and just like tells me, he goes, you don't like black people, do you? I'm like, I like them fine, and I don't like you, but that's not because of any colors, because you come in here and you ask me all the time. Yeah, you're annoying. But there's a difference. So I always say jokingly, but it's true. You kind of hate everybody if you go into life cautiously, which I used to not. I used to just be the eternal optimist. But if you go into life cautiously, you kind of just have up a wall of not hate, but a wall of non-acceptance, don't need, not looking for friends kind of mentality. And then you'll attract the right kind of people as long as you're radiating positivity.
Man, I just don't get it, dude. We had this young kid here in town, young black kid, and he decided that either, I don't want to use the wrong words here, he was or wanted to be whatever, female. And I can see her out to this day, and she'll go out of her way to come up and speak to me, because I've never understood. Like, I've had buddies that give me a hard time for being nice to that person. The person's not affecting my life negatively in any way.
They're being kind to you, if anything else.
I don't care what they're doing with their own life,
because it doesn't affect your life or your family's.
Right. And I got a great customer out of it, because at the time he was still and he wasn't comfortable taking his car anywhere else, so he always brought it to me. I just don't understand.
I hate that.
I just don't understand that, hating people just for the sake of hating them. But
well, I think again it comes from there's some hateful people out there.
Or she was a shit person once you transitioned, that'd be different.
But no, to hate because of anything outside of action that's caused it, an individual action, not an action that happened. I look at the way my dad was against dogs. He got fucked with when he was a kid by the family beagle, and he always didn't like dogs. So I didn't have a dog growing up. I know that's different, but it's really not. He was judging all dogs against the bad experience he had.
I got a buddy the same way, can't stand dogs to this day.
And the dude, John, that works down at Niles and Moore, he hates cats. He told me that right off because he knew I had cats. And I was like, dude, why do you hate cats? He's like, well, I used to live in an apartment, and there was this stray cat that would hang out. And one night I walked in the apartment, and the fucker followed me in and just laid back on his back. And I'm thinking, oh, no, you didn't. And he says, well, I reached down to grab him and take him outside, pick him up by the stomach. He was in the hospital for 8 days, dude, on intravenous fucking. He got so lit up by that cat.
You don't cat by the stomach.
You never touch a cat. You don't touch it, much less try to relocate it by the stomach. I was just like, oh, no, you didn't.
I heard about all that. I just got wind that somebody, I'm not saying they accused me, but somebody had commented that they thought it might have been me doing it. And I can assure y'all, that was not me.
Anybody that knows the character of you, and I know it's more for you because a lot of us are on the internet, but I can vouch for you.
What really upsets me, though, is sometimes the people that I know and the people that I've seen that are the most vocal about it have never done anything to be kind to anybody. You know what I mean?
No,
It's
but
not.
that,
It's not the people who are out there trying to do good for humanity that are putting up for these people. It's people who could give a shit less about anybody else. They just want to be right on the internet, and they've never done anything positive to affect those same people that they're trying to defend. How about
thank you,
shut
Snoop
up?
Dogg.
How about shut up defending them and go and do something kind for them? But
And I think it goes back to what I was saying is that behavior, hate, comes from an individual's heart. And I can remember in AA, one of the things that we had to try to let go of was resentments, hate, and stuff like that. And this old guy, I wonder if he's still alive, super wise guy, said, if you think about it, hate is kind of like drinking poison and expecting your opponent to die or the person against you to die. Because the person that's filled with that hate that can just put it out there, what makes you think that they're going to hate less this person from that person, right? They're just
right.
kind of driven by it. Yeah, dude.
It's no different than like Pocket Metal getting offended if you post something that he can go all the way around the world to try to tie it to being against women. Yet you hear him talk to his wife like she's fucking garbage. Well, how about you stay off people's posts trying to make things anti-women, and you stop treating yours like shit? How about that?
Yeah.
That's the world we live in, though. Like that same guy that in front of all of us calls her fucking stupid and talks to her like shit, gets mad if somebody makes a post that he figures out a way to make it anti-women. That doesn't make any sense to me, man.
Well, there's a lot of things that show through that too. When, like, I'll point out Melissa Backwoods because I've met her, and I think she's one of the kindest, least pretentious, very successful YouTubers out there. And they're convinced that the only reason she's successful is because of how she looks. And it's proven that people that look better are going to attract more people, but she's got knowledge and skills, and she presents herself well.
Does it hurt that the guy at Vero Knives looks like a Italian male supermodel?
No, I think
Sure it doesn't. I was impressed. Like, I was a little sick. It's a good dude.
You had a little bit of a crush on him.
Yeah.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm all right. You guys?
Doing good. I see your TS Prof off there to the side. You
Yeah.
got a Hinderer?
I do see
That is.
Man, my eyes are good. Not
Hey,
really.
for those y'all, by the way, I didn't want to make the comment that saw if y'all zoomed in on this knife on Instagram, do not judge that edge. That's not all I did. I grind these to about 20 because I wanted to be a little harder use. Still plenty slicey, but that's just a couple of passes through an electric work sharp, so that Kyle doesn't have to work his ass off to actually put an edge on it. So in that picture, you're not seeing the finished edge. Just want to get that out there.
Thank you.
And I was
Palmer, I totally get it.
since you brought her up, John, I will admit, I'm not attracted to Melissa, so that's not an issue for me. I also do not have an issue with her using her curviness, her beauty, whatever to make. I don't care. It's better than taking her clothes off for money. I didn't at all care for her best of 2025 video.
I didn't see it.
Her best of 2025 was just literally, hey, here's the people who paid me a bunch of money this year, and these are the best knives available in 20. Now, she does say, in my opinion.
Yeah, and she is, I think, a little bit.
I see other content creators do that, but they always add something. Add something that you didn't make $1 off of.
Yeah.
To give it a little bit of honesty.
Yeah, and I don't use links in mine because mine are. What I'd have to do is I had to come up with like 3 pieces of content before my January 1st Kaiser stuff starts going live. So I was just scrambling for different most carried, most.
I'm here, guys, but I'm just gonna put myself on mute because I'm gonna eat for a second.
Okay.
Are you just bored with us and you're like hearing?
I'm glad you're here, Joe, because that got me to thinking.
You're annoying.
I've got a leather knife to make for a local friend of mine. I'm going to make 2 and send you one.
That's totally fair.
I'm hoping I don't know what you use to cut your leather. If you have a 1095, but I want to make you one out of Pro Cut. I mean, it's gonna be very basic, just something to cut leather with. But I want to make you one out of Pro Cut and send it to you, just so because I like to get your opinion. I know you're a big fan of 1095 or carbon steels, and this is a carbon steel with a little vanadium in it. So, but when I make that leather cutting knife for him, I'll make you one too. I just want to get your opinion on it, because you may.
Kyle doesn't cut
They
corners.
use it. They're like, hey man, this dulls just as fast as the 1095. Because all I've seen it used on is paper. On leather, it may not be a bit better. It'd just be like a little Kiridashi with a handle. Just something to cut.
Something like this is the one. Something like that little guy.
Yeah, but I'll put a handle. I mean,
This is not sharp. I need to work this.
I mean, that it should be.
Oh, I know. And I don't think he sharpened it when he gave it to me. I don't know if it was done. He polished it.
Yeah.
He's an interesting guy. He's got right now, he's collaborating with the guy in Madison, and he's got the basic mechanism. Yesterday, it was going to have external stop pins. Last night, his mind taught him how to do a internal track. So he's redesigned a little bit on the mechanism. And I forget what software he's using. It's not CAD. It's the design software. And he's even got little 3D models, dude. And he started on this thing yesterday, and he's got 3D models of this fucking little knife that he wants to make, which I think is cool. He'll make one or two.
Right.
The knives I work with, Strut. I bet. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. That'd be a good one to get checked out.
Yeah, that's another thing I don't think anybody's tested either. Does Pro Cut strop back easily? I don't know. I think you would be a very good test subject for that, though. So, yeah, I'll get you one, Terry one, and my local guy here one, and we'll let y'all try them out and see. Now, Rhodey, in all honesty, I didn't even know what a skiving knife is, and I'm sure whatever I make is not going to be as good as those high-end ones, because I haven't researched that at all. I'm just talking about a chisel ground Kiridashi with a little handle on it to make it more comfortable to work with. Probably, wooden handle. Very basic.
I'm about to take this apart and try to get try to determine if the blade is slightly bent or if I can center it.
John, as bad as that's touching the scale, I think you'd be able to see it if it was that bent.
I would think so. But I can't imagine what's got it off center, because when I loosen it up, it gets worse.
I know exactly what's got it off center. I can
The
tell you right
scale's
now.
being tweaked.
No, it's a fucking $10 knife.
Well, I know, but it
leave
looks
it
like
alone, and then you cut with it till it breaks or you lose it. That's not.
well, yeah, but I think it's just worth an investigation, because I told you, Kyle did a total regrind on his. His is ground down to steel, and like you said, Outdoor 55 got his to. I mean, for $10, you can't really say
And
that.
HRC tested it, and it was decent, but it wouldn't hold an edge at all. But dude, he removed quite a bit before he got past the burnt steel. And Terry, I'm glad you said that.
Hey, Bob Tism, gentlemen, what's up?
I was not aware you were left-handed, but that's that's been an issue with some of the chisel ground knives I've had, is that, and I could be completely wrong, but I've always felt like the edge was I'm right-handed, but I felt like the edge was on the wrong side. Maybe I'm just using it wrong.
Josh.
What's up, Josh? That's a weird thing happened the other night. I don't remember whose live we were in. They were giving away that knife. But Josh was talking about that he had a Kaiser in his cart, like ready to purchase it. And whichever live we were on, they were giving that exact knife away. And I won it. Was that your live, John?
It might have been. You won one recently.
Yeah, I won it, but gave it to Josh.
Cool.
Even if I wanted it, man, the fact that he had it,
That's what it's all about. That's why their giveaways are fun.
Accept a knife that I didn't even know existed over giving it to somebody who actually wanted it. That's That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, I get that. I get stoked. And I thought that Fed sent me a whole bunch of these. Dude, Fed loaded me up with a bunch of different Ozark trails.
Shady, you're
Budget
good. Money.
wise.
I'm that money's got to go straight to Terry anyway. I got a big, I say big, to me it's big, a large batch of she's he's fishing have to make for me. So if it's not hurting or benefiting me at all at the moment. I just need to get it to Terry to pay for my next batch of sheets. So
Very true, Jeffrey. Very true.
Yeah, I mean you're absolutely right.
All
And,
right,
I do everything I can to prevent damaging a knife, due to heat treat. But I have. I mean, Kyle can tell you he's done a couple of my Nitro V's that he had to sharpen twice because the first edge was no good.
It was burnt.
Yeah, I think the reason that happens though is I try to get so thin. When you get down close to the 5/6 thousandths of an inch, it's it burns so quick, so easily.
And doesn't your roll potential go way up?
Huh?
When you get that thin, doesn't it get? I mean, your roll potential to roll it gets higher because it's.
No, it's just so
depends
thin
on
that
steel.
it just heats up super fast.
Okay, because since it's thinner stock, your heat's more hot
See, that's
going all the way
another reason
through it.
why I'm glad. Had I just ran it across a belt and sharpened it and sent it out to the customer, that edge wouldn't have lasted. I would have never known that. They would have had a bad experience. Because Kyle puts it on a stone, he's not going to let it leave there like that. So he sharpened them 2-3 times before he got that little bit of fatigue still off and got it where it acted right.
Still, the worst two that I've ever had from you, not from as far as like a heat treat, but I'm talking just as far as to sharpen, was one the Jeffrey Dawson's 3V Goon that there was zero bevel.
Yeah,
on.
I didn't even swipe it through, and it was
God,
was,
dude.
yeah, that if Kyle had quit being friends with me over that, I wouldn't have blamed him.
And then the second one, Shane, was that batch of 154 that Steve did that the temper took place like a week later.
Yeah.
That didn't he have something on special on those two?
I mean, he did as premium a heat treat as you could do on them.
No, but he had didn't he use something like nuclei or something different on those?
Yeah. I think that's the knife Paul Mills has. First knife he bought from me.
Could be. There was a batch of those.
It's not 64, 65 HRC 154.
At least.
So
I mean, it very well could be 66. I mean, it was.
It's not tough. It's not tough by any means. But that's the same batch as Beeze's knife that you got right now. Was it bad this time?
I haven't touched it yet.
Okay. Well, keep in mind, that knife was never really dulled. I just wanted you to touch it up because it's been in the shop and, me handling it.
Yeah, it definitely needs another edge. But
right. Hopefully it's not as hard this time around.
Check this out.
Well,
I'm getting ready to do a little stropping, but this is
a strop.
Yeah. This El Cap Addict made this.
Oh.
Cool.
And it's just got a fresh coat of 1 micron stroppy stuff on it.
I like that.
Dude, it's great.
Did it come with the stroppy stuff on it?
No, I had to go, and I had to go to Jared's store and get it, and I had to make 2 emails to the guy that runs the store to remind him to ship it out. It took like 3 weeks to get it.
Well, dude, I got a strop that OCD for EDC gave me, and I was really impressed with it, man.
I like that metal one.
Yeah, no, it's not metal.
Is it magnetic?
Made it. No. It was white. I'm not sure where it's at.
I think Jeffrey Kluver, I think his name was. I made it.
Yeah, Kluver. But
This
he
one's
did make a mistake. He used.
This one?
Yeah.
It's got the bead on it.
Yeah, he used 2-sided tape to put the leather on, and that was a horrible idea. All that needs, is peel it off, peel the tape off, and epoxy it down.
I don't know how El Cap Addict gets this so flat, but
It's
dude, this thing lays like, and it feels so good.
Yeah, he makes good strops from what I've seen. The
But
my
I
problem.
reached out to Justin, and he told me that he let Clover know that.
Well, then he started making them double sided, Shane.
Huh?
He started
he
making them without the feet.
Rody, I will do that. I will do that.
Well, and by the way, what's up, everybody? Sorry, I didn't say hello to everyone individually. I was trying to get some food in me, but
Okay, what are we talking about? What are they talking about? The 14C what? Hang on.
PC, hand plane, blah, blah, blah.
Oh yeah. The Ozark Trail. You can get it in 14C now. For like, and I think they're still only like $14.
Yeah, they're amazingly priced.
I would go that route. And again, at $14, nothing that we complain about matters. That's a $14 tool. You know, can't
What's
bitch
crazy-
about where it came from. Can't bitch about what it's made out of. Can't bitch about the heat treat. It's just a $14 cutting tool.
what's funny, Shane, is think about that $14 and the amount of money that Walmart has to make on that to actually take it in.
I know.
That means that Walmart's buying it for probably $2 to $3.
Does Walmart own Ozark Trail?
No, I don't think. Well, I don't know.
I think they own it. I think it's a store brand, though. You know, like
Private label type thing. That's their main.
keep in mind, John, Ozark Trail don't make knives. Ozark Trail is Walmart's brand. They reach out to the marketing companies in China. That conglomerate of knife makers in China puts that knife together for them for probably $3 or $4 and ships it over here, and Walmart sells it for $10, $11, $12, $13.
I'll tell you when I realized, and I always knew Walmart was profitable, but when COVID struck and they quit staying open 24 hours, because I used to always love going to Walmart about 2:00 in the morning when I had to shop because nobody was in there. It was low key. And now they all close, 10, 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Well,
That's a lot of hours.
If you go
And we
back
have a lot of
about,
shift workers here.
if you go
We
back
have-
about 10 years or so, that's one of the reasons why like Kroger's and Walmart and a lot of these places, some of these grocery stores started taking on that philosophy and expanding to the superstores and selling more than just groceries. Because a grocery store itself doesn't make much profit. So there are other categories and there are other areas where they can make more money. It helps offset any of the losses from. Because I mean, I think you have to go back and look at the numbers. I don't remember exactly, but Kroger, which is one of the larger grocery stores in the companies in the country, their percentage of profits it's less than 3% a year.
I think you're right because groceries are more of a commodity. That's why gas stations have more expensive stuff inside, right? Because the gas station can't survive off selling gas.
Well, that's what's weird. I have a buddy that owns a local gas station. And you remember when the gas crisis, it was nearly $5 a gallon here? He made more money that year than he's ever made in his life. He was making nearly $1 a gallon. Yes,
Really?
the price did go up. But like he said, he's like, man, I don't make these prices. He's like, when people start changing their signs and going up, everybody goes up.
So people were price gouging, basically. Some people were taking advantage of it.
The price had gone up, but all the gas stations were priced.
Well, yeah, I'm not blaming him, but that
making
just
more
shows-
money because the company my mother worked for 40 years, their business plan was to make a penny a gallon. And you're right. They made all the money off that $1.29 32-ounce Pepsi that they had 15 cents.
Right. Or the coffee or the.
Right. Yeah, that's where they made all their money. Now, that went away. I think it went up to $0.05 a gallon after that. But Palmer, you brought up something. You were talking about the Walmart. You hate Walmart. The Walmart's are gross people. We were talking about hate a little while ago and, doing things to negatively impact people's lives, whether you want to call it racism or Islamophobe, whatever.
Or I hate you because you're
Let
somebody.
me tell you who one of the most evil companies on the planet are, and nobody pays attention. Like nobody cares. Start finding some documentaries about Nestle. So those people literally went into Africa and drilled wells so deep that they could suck all the water out from these other village wells and make them run dry and not give them access to water. They're doing it right here in the United States. They did it up close to where Palmer lives. They went into this town, this little small township in Pennsylvania, bought a 1/4 acre lot, tiny little lot.
Yeah, 1/4 acres.
All they did was drilled a well and put a pump on it, but they drilled it because they have the money. They drilled it deep enough. They sucked the entire county's water supply up.
How can they do that? Isn't there something that governs that?
No, because you can't govern powerful, wealthy people.
Well, that's true. I guess if it's. I haven't watched the series, but
Actually,
I guess Billy Bob Thornton's in a series
But we
about
still
wind
buy
power.
their shit. I mean, you see, I guarantee you, if you go to one of the any riot, riot's not the right word. I'm sorry. Any of these protests, you will see these people who are supposedly standing up for people's rights. I guarantee you, half of them have a Nestle product on them at the time because they don't understand who the real.
I got to research some of this.
They don't understand who the real evil is. Like I used to go to this gas station in Birmingham, and after about 6-8 months of going there, I finally asked the teller, I'm like, man, am I the only white guy that comes in here? He's like, you're the only one I ever seen. I've been here 3 years. Because everybody looked at me funny when I walked in. Nobody was rude to me, and I wasn't rude to anybody there, so there wasn't a problem. But he used to come at me pumping my diesel in my truck, watching, and probably 75% of the guys coming out of that store were coming out. I didn't even realize this was that popular beer with them. But almost all of them were buying Miller Lite. I was like, what are they doing? This was during apartheid. Miller Lite was owned by the South African government. They were financially supporting apartheid by buying Miller Lite. But yet, we'll go stand on a corner and knock the windows out of a building that had nothing to do with the issue that we're mad about. But they're missing the point of who the real evil actually is.
That's because
Shane,
so many
you see what
people
El
are
Capatic's saying?
Now, guys, don't stop drinking Miller Lite because they've sold since then. But at that time, the government that was enforcing apartheid owned Miller Lite. So if you were buying Miller Lite, you were financially supported.
Shane, it's because so many people are uninformed, unfortunately, and that,
Right.
and it's hard to keep. And to be fair, it's hard to keep up with all that unless you take a direct stand against one specific subject and you go deep and look into it.
Yeah.
But so, like for instance, like alcohol and spirits, right? If you go deep into that, 95% of all alcohol and spirits are brokered by one company as far as their marketing. So it's all one conglomerate. And they had an issue with I don't want to phrase this, a internet personality. And not only did they say we're going to take away any sponsorship rights to play on your shows, they went to the entire platform and said, if you don't ban this person, we're taking all of our advertising away from the entire platform.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So,
well, that's how it's hardball politics that has no soul, or business that has no soul.
It has nothing to do with politics. I hate to say this. This sounds so pretentious. Politics is a construct. Politics is something they made up to make the evil and the greed confusing and give us a side to pick. Because people don't care about the source of the actual evil. They just want to be mad enough to argue about something, and then they want to win. I'm guilty of it too, dude. I have to stop myself.
That's wise, dude.
Every now and then.
That's wise.
That's all. And what's sad is that all these people have figured this out now. You know, they've spent millions and probably billions on psychologists and studies to figure this out, and now they've perfected it, and they're using it against us. You know, when in all actuality, you know, Bob Tilson just said, you know, finally Shane and I agree on something. Dude, there's probably a million things we agree on.
Right.
We just happen to have picked topics that we didn't agree on, and ruffled each other's feathers.
We're all more similar than we are.
At that point, nobody wants to lose, so I'm going to have to say more hateful shit than he does so that I win. You know, that's the world we're living in now.
Here's one thing that people don't think about, and I wholeheartedly find this to be true. If you go back and look at where we were 50 years ago to where we are today, as far as
It is exhausting, Jeffrey. You're right.
as far as morals,
Totally
as far as how the dynamics of interpersonal relationships, families, everything else. Politics is only downstream from culture. And when our culture changes, everything changes. And unfortunately, it has changed for the worse, and therefore everything has gotten worse.
That's
Do you
not
think
the,
it's-
the hot new topic, and I've got a conversation on Facebook right now with family members that I love all of them, and there's been a massive amount of division created amongst some of my family members over these topics. But like right now, whenever we talk about all the fraud going on in Minnesota, we talk about the Somalis. All that's going to do is create hate towards the Somalis, even though they're the ones doing it. But do you really think they moved here and were smart enough to figure out how to scam the government out of billions? No. The government came to them. So I set these up, and we're going to send you checks for millions, and in return,
Hey,
you're
Louis.
going to cut us a check. That's how that good-looking
inside
became a
business
multi-millionaire.
play.
That's how Omar became a millionaire. They're just not. Any of us would have took that deal. If they came to me and said, Shane, open a knife shop and say it's for charity, and the government's going to give you $1.5 million a year, I'd have done it.
Yeah, I mean, you think?
Of course
Yeah, I mean,
would have. But am I the evil one, or is the evil one the guy that created that program to make himself a millionaire?
Yeah.
The politician who's taking your money to do that.
And when the government comes to you, I mean, morally, where are you presented with something that's wrong?
I beg to differ. It's both.
It's both in
You're
what
right.
way?
I mean, it's wrong on both levels.
Sure.
You're right. But the thing is, it wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the politicians creating these programs and then talking people, not just talking people into doing it, showing them how to do it, and then accepting the check for it.
Kyle, would you turn away from the government if they came to you with something like that? And I'm sure I think I know the answer that you got.
Absolutely.
But would you not worry about negative repercussions?
No,
There might have been a time in his life where he wouldn't, but I think
absolutely. I give two shits what they think and what the repercussions are.
Yeah.
I thought you would be. That's your thought.
But I think some of us have gotten to a point where we've realized that we don't need that much of it. And it's not that big a deal anymore.
No, I mean, and frankly, I'm at the point in life where I know this sounds stupid, but in today's day and age, like with everything that goes on, I'm pretty much uncancelable, but I still don't go out and become ruthless because I can. I mean, I try to be fair in all.
You restrain, yeah, exactly. And I know what you mean by that. We're at that point of I know I am at a point of my age where I don't give a fuck.
We're going to get a little deeper to weeds here. Kyle and I have talked about this a few times. I'm 54 years old. And about 4 months ago, no idea why, I just started getting inundated with anti-Jewish stuff. Didn't look for it. Never been part of it. Don't know enough about it to care. But it's weird how, even though I was trying to ignore it, it did plant this seed in my head. Maybe they are evil. And then one day I woke up and I thought, who's they? I mean, are we talking about every Jewish person on the planet? Are we talking about the Israeli government? Exactly who is they? But now it's so easy for us because a person of some persuasion or some race or whatever does something, and you can blow it up on social media, and all of a sudden now it's a Jewish thing.
Dude, the psychology.
It's not necessarily a Jewish thing. It's a thing a Jewish person did.
The psychology of ad copy or what's put out there in content is so advanced now in terms of, you probably hit a certain age and that puts you into some target group who whatever committee or group is funding this, and I'm sure it's funded by all kinds. is going to inundate you and your stream, regardless of if you ever, because usually if you click on something or pause on something, you see more ads like it. But when you're looking at where I think some forces are trying to change our opinions, it doesn't matter if you engage or not. It's just kind of there. It's always
I'll
there.
admit this right here on there in front of everybody. If I think it's funny, I'd fucking laugh at it, even if it's offensive. That don't mean it's how I feel.
No,
You know,
that means, and again,
but
shock
That's
humor.
separating humor from reality.
Hey.
And there's always been an edge to comedy that if it's done in satire and comedy, A, it's protected by the First Amendment. Secondly, it's meant to be shocking and make you think and be funny. Some of the best comedians of all time said shocking things solely to get people to discuss topics.
Exactly. One of the greatest, most recent examples of that's Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
You know, starting uncomfortable conversations that permeate long past the drama of said special. You know, and again, I look at people like
John,
Tim Dillon or
we lost the chat.
it happens.
They're back to knives. Let's get back to knives. Unless you have something anybody has.
Oh, I've got I was trying to think what knife.
So what's your knife of the year as far as what's came out, as far as John Evans and Kyle Coonley? Every day when you go to leave the house and you put a knife in your pocket, what's been the winner this year?
For me, I have to go with frequency because there's some knives that I've gotten later in the year that I carry more frequently.
Yeah, that's fair.
On any given week. And this is one that I fought forever. I didn't like it because it was flipper only, but that's my go-to. I like the automatic too. That's the ABW Model 1 V7.
Oh, yeah.
I love this knife. I love the way it cuts. I love the way it carries. And since I got the fret, a good example is, and I'm going to need to get another sheath at some point, but I carry this every day where I used to carry my TCAL, Warren EDC quite a bit. I carried my,
Let me tell you what I do with that TCAL. That'd be you can't. I was going to say that'd be in the door panel of my car. That TCAL. I mean, literally, that's what it's made for. You know,
I'm talking about the little small one.
Comes to your window. That's a good way to get them back in their car.
I've got this move right here.
Yeah, that works.
Freedom pill, freedom pill, freedom pill.
Now, what about you? What's won your pocket more this year? If you can go by frequency, if it's a newer knife.
And this is going to sound really strange, but I typically don't really care. And there's a lot of days I don't even carry a knife.
Like, I get it.
Is the array up there for you? See, I don't have one yet.
Well, I was going to say that it's probably my favorite. Well, I don't. It was 2025, correct?
Yeah, it was 2025. Blade shows, I think, when they launched, or the second, the hard drop.
Aurelia is by far my favorite knife of the year, but it's not the most carried by any means. And the reason why,
if I own an Aurelia, I wouldn't carry it every day either.
The reason why is solely because I love it and I don't want to use it. And it's not a matter of I think I'm going to ruin it. It means something to me, so I don't really want to do anything with it. It has sentimental value to me. Long story, we won't go there. But my most carried is probably a tie between, this is going to sound crazy, but my Manix 2 lightweight in Rex 45, because that is the best steel that Spyderco makes. And this right here, my XM24.
Complete. Oh, it's a 24. I got it wrong.
Polar opposites of the spectrum.
Right.
Yeah, this is the...
Mine is certainly my Rex 45 Manix 2. I will say, though, as far if you go by frequently, recently, this has won out. This Sage 5 and Rex 120 has won out. I will admit, as much of a steel snob as I am, I do worry about this. Like, I'm almost. Maybe I've got in my head that it's more fragile than it is, but I worry about the fragility of that steel. But the Sage 5 recently, as far as frequency, is winning. But, for probably the 5th year in a row, it's a Mannix too.
And EDC KO, I think the Sage 6 is a banging knife.
I mean, it's not really embarrassing. I don't have an edgy American Blades knife to carry every day. I've carried some of your guys' knives for a week at a time, but I've had to sell what I have to be able to make the next ones. I don't even own. I mean, I do. I've got some in there, but they're all claimed
Testers.
I definitely need to. And every time I say I'm just going to keep this one, somebody buys it. So
EDC KO, I think it was a Prince that we experienced that Ryan had, right, Shane, on Saturday?
Protean.
Yeah.
Was that what it was? EDC, I will tell you that I've never carried that knife, but I did get to experience that knife on Saturday, and it is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that is an amazing knife. I was not expecting it to be. My brain's blown after handling knives like Craig Brown, and I know I got the name wrong, but Brown knives, skiff knives that you think, well, nothing can feel like this, or a Koenig, nothing can feel like this, and then you feel something so different and unique.
I thought that about Koenig until I experienced the Prince. I think the Prince Custom feels better than the Koenig.
Dude, I saw some videos. I know there's snow all over places, and it's cold.
Jeffrey Dawson had a good answer. He said his Bodacious has been his number one this year.
I would like the Bodacious with different scales and different steel, and they're finally starting to do the S90 version. But if they did a Bodacious and Rex 45, I'd be all over it probably.
Yeah, he brought up the Millie Club DM2 and Rex 121. That's cool as shit. But I would rather have the St. Nick's and Rex 76 just because I already own some 121.
I just don't understand the blue.
That's greedy.
I like the mini harpoon, and I think it's a great knife. But I've been carrying my little Kaiser drop bear fix, this little sheep's foot, I guess you'd call it, with S45 because it's smaller, it's thin, and I'm a back pocket fixed blade carrier. So this little guy is just
Kathleen, that makes perfect sense though, because they make women's pants, they make the pockets about pinky deep. So even if you wanted to carry a Cold Steel 4 Max, you couldn't. I mean, you could, but not comfortably.
It's tough. There's certain knives that, like one of my favorites, this Warren, it's called the EDC or EDW. This is that Colin McGuire Knife Works, but it's so tall.
Not a TKL?
No, it's so tall that the only way I can carry this is in one of my front pockets. It's too deep for my back pocket. It bottoms out before it gets to the clip.
You want to know what my top dip can opener for the past month has been? Because y'all know I use a knife more for than anything. This thing you sent me.
I hope you like that, dude. Don't you love the coil?
This little point right here. I haven't used any of this. That corner right there cuts a dip can open so cleanly, dude. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Good, man. I'm glad you're getting used to it.
It stays right by my roll of dip on my nightstand 24/7.
Yeah, we need to get you on the nicotine pouches. I think those would be better for you.
Dude, I've already had I've vaped, I've had a dip in and chewed some Nicorette since I've been on here.
I just think, and let me get the ones I got, because the ones I got are not Zens.
Just need to get them an IV. Yeah, you tried Zens and you pick it up.
I'm embarrassed at my level of nicotine addiction. Like it really is. It's unhealthy. Like I have to have a constant stream of nicotine or I'll lose my shit. Hey Terry, I wanted to show you something, man. I don't think you've seen this because I just discovered it the other day. If I can get my foot to work. Come on. Let me stand up.
So these guys right here, I'll only use them at work if I'm not vaping, but they're called Velos. and they're just like Zens, but they've got a lot bigger flavor spectrum. And the guy that turned me on to him, you met him, Shane Levi, had coffee flavored that were really good. So I enjoyed
I love
that.
the coffee flavored.
And then I picked up these wild berries. He had a watermelon that I tried and liked. Wild berries are a little sweet, but these things, you forget you got them in. I thought I had like a gum tumor because I felt this thing in my gum. I'm like, what the hell is that? It's like 4 hours later. You're not supposed to keep them in that long, but they just dissipate where there's nothing coming out anymore. And it was this thing just wet, and it hadn't come apart. There's no nicotine. I don't have to spit.
Right.
This video is sponsored by Velo.
No,
John,
it's not.
did you click that box?
Just in case y'all
Asshole.
haven't seen it, that was my most carried knife. I didn't have it on me at the time. And then let me show you. Terry, check this out. I wanted to take I went to my wife's company Christmas party. Some of you know that story. My ex-boss, he puts on the party, and that's the guy that bought me my heat treat oven. Only reason I'm still doing this. Very, very kind of him. And I've never shown him a knife. So I wanted to take something with me, and all I had was Paul Mills's Thug. But I couldn't just drop it in my pocket. So, Terry, check that out. You know what that is, Kyle?
Is that a slip?
That's my slip for my bullbuster. It actually locks in a little bit, so it enabled me to carry it.
Cover that blade.
Party. And I love the fact of how minimalist the sheath is. So if you're watching, Terry, that's pretty close to what I want these, except for a little.
You probably want it to come right to where that choil is to give you a
it needs to be a little
retention.
longer. I'm just saying this is an idea, and of course it could have the blade shape out here instead of being blunt. But yeah, I just needed something to take it to the party, and it actually locked in. I thought, man, this is perfect, so I took it with me. But that's what I was talking about earlier. This is Paul Mills's Thug. This is in CPM S125V, and not only is the blade stock thinner than an average Thug, the whole knife is. I don't want to say it's just sleeker. It's not quite as tall as some of them. It's thinner. It's got better geometry. This is a badass little blade.
Kathleen, the Dragonfly was the first knife I bought in person that was better than a Kershaw. I bought it at St. Nick's in Parkway City Mall. I've still got it. It's ZDP 189. And I'm right now trying to get some flytanium scales for it that are black. Because I didn't know you could put titanium scales on the little Dragonfly. But that knife, for as small as it is, has got some of the best ergos. It's just wild what good units they are. Said Stevie, that's a great EDC. I don't have one of those, but I've experienced Shane's and Ryan's, and I could see why that'd be in your pocket every day.
It's sad that I love mine as much as I do, but I never carry it.
Well, yours has got, the one that I've been carrying every day since I got it. I thought I'd never get another slip joint, but this is one I bought at Knives and More. I found out it's I think it's Stockman pattern, but it's a single blade Case Stockman. I think it's Warncliffe. It's not a swayback, Shane.
Yeah.
I thought it was, but it's not.
No, and even if they called it that, it's not as awkward.
Trapper. I think that's what it is Trapper. It's not a Stockton. It's a single blade Warncliffe Trapper. And it's got
Paul Mills, out of all that shit he's got, his ABW slip joint and his bug outer is supposed to carry. And Paul's got a ball.
Oh, God. Paul's got the banging.
Yeah.
But those are all great carries.
My Christmas present, though, I expect it to get a lot of pocket time this year. I know this is not exciting to any of y'all, but I owned one of these before. For my longtime viewers, y'all remember it had red G10 handles, and it was ugly as sin. I hated it. I actually threw it on a trade. By the time the trade was over, I realized I gave the knife away. Literally gave it away on a trade, but it was to a good friend, so I don't mind. But I've always wanted to replace this, and Knives and More had this as a pretty much brand new trade-in. So I got a better deal on it. So I picked this up from John at Knives and More. I've always loved this, and y'all may disagree with me because this is part of the hunt series, but this knife is something I would carry if I was, dressed up, going to a wedding, a funeral. This knife makes me feel
Just a gentleman's carry. It's a
a
full
little,
size.
right. It makes me feel a little more distinguished, where the Mannix makes me feel, I know this sounds silly, but it's a little more tactical. I don't know.
Well, that doesn't sound silly because if you think about it, I had a conversation with the guy, the old man who I told y'all
Not as
about.
tactical as this, but
No, but the old man who was asking me if people really bought knives, who had brought his kitchen knives in to sharpen. I tried to equate. I didn't use the Nike analogy because I thought I might set him off, but I did talk to him about jewelry. How I've never been into jewelry, but I know and have known some women who really are. And if you get into the knife hobby / addiction, it's kind of like you don't need to have all these different knives, but just like you don't need a bunch of different pieces of jewelry or a bunch of different purses, you want them, right? So that's
the Jordans was a fine analogy, John. There's nothing racist about that.
no, I didn't think so at all. Well, she took it. I think somehow I've made my screen big, guys.
You're
Hold
good.
on a second.
But Tina, if I wear a necktie, I have to duct tape it together to back because they don't make them big enough to go around my neck.
He wears a necktie out of 2 belts tied together.
Yeah. If I do one of the regular ones, it's only about this long.
I can't see any of the chat. I just got 2 huge screens with like.
Everything's fine on
Click the little
Did
arrow.
I click something
John,
when I made you big?
on the right hand side next to where all the things are, the media.
I don't have that panel is totally hidden and gone.
There should be a little arrow there that says hide panel.
I see it right here, I think. Hold on. Okay, that didn't
This
do
is
it.
something that I
Yeah,
did
it
not
did.
expect
Thank
to
you,
get.
Kyle.
I wasn't expecting to pick up, nor was I expecting to like it. But I got this little S45 VN, little native. And I only wanted this because I was going to order those Strider scales for it.
Those scales are cool, aren't they?
Yeah, but I like these scales so much, I don't think I can buy the Strider scales now.
Dude, those are rich.
I will say it's so small that with my neuropathy, I cannot manipulate it well.
But the Strider scales would probably help you manipulate it.
They might.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to go grab the rest of that knife to show you.
But,
Shane.
I do love this little thing. So this is going to be my 5th pocket carry. Yeah.
Missed out today.
What happened?
A mini Arius. Somebody had tumbled and stonewashed and tumbled the scales, so it was kind of modded, but it was still in decent shape. Just selling for $415.
Wow. Dragoon, that Kaiser Rook, that's one of my favorite knives they've done this year too. The Rook and that new one John keeps showing that's not released.
Microbe.
The Microbe.
These scales, and I put them back on it. I switched this out a couple of times. But the G10 on these.
So I can't stand Pepto Pink. I like hot pink. Like Spyderco's got a different pink that they used to put on. I know they put it on a Dragonfly with a black blade, but I don't like that pale pink.
The card in here, this is the breast cancer awareness knife. So that's why it's the Pepto Pink.
Oh, I get it. That's just not the pink.
It's not your jam.
Yeah, I don't care if they donate some money. I just don't want that color scale on my knife.
But you want to have them with the knife in case you trade it or sell it, because some people do want them. It was a Knife Joy exclusive, I think. It was one of those weird companies.
But Kyle, this is definitely coming to you. And so is the little native. Nothing wrong with either one of them. I'm just spoilt ass rotten.
Yeah, you want the Kuni Edge.
Everything I own. Like nothing. That's the only bad thing about getting used to it is nothing is good enough after that. Like it'll cut a paper towel and I'm like, this doesn't feel sharp to me. So I send it to Kyle.
I want to, and Kyle will probably slap me for this, but my confidence just isn't there. But it's going to be because I'm going to sharpen my fret and get it really, really sharp. Because take this one too. It's pretty damn sharp, but it's not a Kyle edge. But I think with my TS Prof.
What are you going to do to it first?
What
What are you going to do to the blade before you sharpen
I'll
it?
put the blue tape on it, but it doesn't feel the same to me. I know put the blue painter's tape over it, cover the whole blade. I want to learn the technique.
It
where I
feels
don't.
different for the first 5 or 6 passes to you scrape.
Oh yeah, but I just want to learn. I want to I want to find out what I'm doing wrong.
You're not putting tape on it. That's what Kyle puts tape on it.
Kyle, do you put tape on yours? On the blade?
Maybe I misspoke. He's not answering.
Well, he's muted or he left.
No, I'm here.
You used to.
It depends on what it is. 90% of the time, no, because I'm comfortable with what I'm doing.
You're a pro.
Early on, yeah, to be safe, especially on coated blades, or if it was something that was a very crazy angle change, then yes.
So if I fucked it up, would he be able to wash it again?
Yeah, but then you're going to have to do the edge all over again.
You got to do the
Yeah,
edge
that's
on.
true. That's true. Yeah, but I just got to learn, guys. And the only way I'm going to learn is to do it. And I guess I can do it on. I've got a bunch.
Hang on, Tina. Everything okay?
Yeah, what's up with that? Is everything all right, man?
Oh, dude.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stop the chat, but
that's.
And I want to make sure.
Prayers and positive vibes coming your way, brother. I'll be swaddling you in the shower.
Baptism, you're 100% right. I've seen it. I've seen him do it. He won't talk about it on the internet. But
No, so I mean, like there are certain knives. Don't get me wrong. I know this is going to sound really, really crappy, but
Well, you'll be surprised if it sounded any different.
Majority of knives that I sharpen, I'm not scared of. If I mess something up, I can either fix it or replace it. If I've got a knife in here that's super rare or something that I can't fix, then I'm very cautious and I'll tape it off and be careful. Otherwise, I know what I'm doing enough where I'm not going to mess it up. But I always cover my back, especially if I get in like some rare stuff of customs. I take pictures before I start on them to make sure that everything's kosher or that I can show, there's any problems beforehand. That way it can't get blamed on me. And then I take pictures afterwards. So that way I can show that there was still the same or nothing. So that way they can't come back to me and be like, oh, well, you created this scratch. I need blah, 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 blah.
What the hell is Corey Davis talking about?
I think before I give these away.
What is Corey Davies talking about?
Who's Corey Davies?
He's in the chat.
922 will call official live. He's 6, 7, 8, 9. Let him go again. Let him go because my finger. Which finger did you bite? Little finger on my right.
I mean, I get it. It's a rhyme, but I've never heard that before.
Rhyme right on time. I've never heard it either. Maybe he wrote it. Maybe he's an aspiring rapper. But I've got these budget Kaisers that I'm eventually going to give away. I can't show them yet. January 1st, I will.
Now.
But I know. But they're black blades, and I'm thinking maybe I'll sharpen them and see without tape how few.
It, John. Damn, dude.
It's not that I don't want to tape it, dude. I want to learn what I'm doing wrong, and the only way I can do that is
done wrong.
No, but I'm not able to fix it, and I should be able to fix it if that's what I'm doing wrong. I've got to find out where it's jumping, and on a black blade that I'm going to be giving away anyway, if it's got a few scratches in it, maybe that'll help me isolate where I fucked up.
I just don't understand.
All you can do now is shake your head because you told me everything.
I don't understand your theory though, because you could just tape it.
I'm going to tape them when I start really.
And you've learned. Then you've learned, and you taped them forever, and it's never an issue.
But I didn't learn what I was doing wrong. I remedied the symptom of the problem, which are scratches. So I'm no longer getting the symptoms. But
what Shane's trying to say though is it'll tell you what you're doing wrong before you actually run something. Otherwise,
how will it tell me?
Because you just start scraping the tape.
So I'll see the scratches on the tape.
Yeah, they'll start just frame.
Maybe you'll see a bunch of slurry or diamond dust building up right behind the edge on the tape.
Wonder,
like, oh, that's what's scratching my knives.
And there's not a downside to using your diamond impregnated or those bonded stones dry, is there?
It just wears them out faster.
I really shouldn't be in this conversation because every knife I've ever sharpened
I was gonna say this is pot calling kettle black.
has those little curly cues on it. I just don't care.
They don't. I just want to learn because I mean I'm not going to sharpen like Kyle sharpens, but I want to learn to get the basics. Which to me, not leaving curly cues is the basics.
That's the only reason I bought that Wicked Edge hand sharpener is so that I don't have to mail everything back to Kyle monthly.
There's already a clone of that.
And if I'm using it, it goes dull. I'm going to use that. Am I going to end up with curly cues? Probably, and I still don't care. If I'm making a knife and selling it to somebody, it's not going to have curly cues on it because I didn't do it.
I saw my Instagram feed start me up a knife that looks just like that.
Runt. Is that how you say it, John? Don't you say runt?
No, ruined.
That's not a word.
I've
Ruined
never seen
is a
it
word.
in my
Ruined.
life. No, it's always been runt.
So check this out. This is a good sentiment. I'm just going looking for that ad that I've been getting for what I think is a clone of that Wicked Edge hand sharpener. Check this out.
Dan Stan.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, I like that.
Where do you say? So the reason why I started doing that, Dan, was because I had one scenario that was kind of iffy, and from this point forward, it's a CYA procedure, especially on something that is going to be something that would negatively affect me long term.
Like where you can show
I
evidence.
figure Crispy's old country ass has heard that rhyme before.
Javon, I'm talking like something that I can't afford to replace, or something that's a 1-to-1 or something along those lines.
Right. And I'm just
I'm
saying,
not going to take the risk of getting put into the category of something saying, something you did something wrong. So that's why I take evidence before, after, and I can back it up and show exactly what was going on with the knife. Palmer, you're not my kid.
Jeffrey, they just dropped it. It's just it's got a 500 grit diamond stone. You flip it over. It's got a ceramic, but it's just a little stone, but it's got this sliding piece on it with a 20-degree angle. You put your knife in it and just drag it back and forth. It holds the angle for you. It may be garbage.
I don't think it is. We saw it at Blade Show.
Yeah, I thought it was a good idea for two. Well, actually, Wicked Edge has got like a $240, the dual system. It just comes with less abrasives.
I was trying to get back to the start. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it started out as this little puppy that got rejected by its mom, and that dude was hiking. I don't know why the mom rejected it. But anyway, I was looking here. There's the Gripper V2. Does anybody know who the OEM is by looking at it? Jason will talk about it Friday night. Kyle, I want you to be here if possible. And Shane, you too.
He's already talked about who it was. Or he did or you did, but I don't remember.
I did. I talked to y'all about it on Saturday.
I always liked that knife. I mean, from the time Jason dropped it, I was a fan of that knife.
Well, that's the 2. It's shorter and stubbier than the 1.
I'd rather have the 1.
I've got a 1.
Yeah.
It's kind of big. The 1 is
Well,
in my
small, so
yeah, I am, but I carry big knives too.
I know. I'm just saying that smaller knife is going to seem more normal to you, but the bigger one would probably seem normal to me.
True. Well, that's what I'm saying. I've got a big one for you to check out.
Has Ryan shown his Ryan bought the mini Crooked River, but he got it in what is it?
Magna
Micarta and Magna Cut.
Yeah.
It's quite beautiful.
Well, yours was more
But
nostalgia. Because I told Tate that today, he was like, I would have sold Shane that Magna Cut. He goes, I know that, but I think he wanted the knife because of what it was.
Right.
Hey, Droopy, why don't
it's the best thing they've ever made.
Hey, Droopy, why don't you drive instead of walk?
Look at that Tibetan
Why are
Mastiff.
you walking, Dopey? I thought you had a company van.
Where is Dopey?
Hell, he's in Huntsville.
But I know he's in Huntsville. Where's he walking? That's how stupid. 2 more miles. Well, I can't get there. I would come get you, dude. But
Doors.
I know, but he'd be warmer sitting in the passenger side than he would be walking down the fucking highway.
50-mile-an-hour wind.
But it's got heated seats, dude. I've got leather heated seats.
Yeah, never mind. I forget. You got a
Walking
fully
is
loaded
good
car.
exercise, but not in this cold.
The only
dude.
option you don't have is a fucking door.
You call me if you get. Yeah, I don't. But you call me if you're ever doing that.
Yeah.
That's a cool Christmas tree ornament. Even though I don't do Christmas tree ornaments. If y'all don't know, that's cat balls.
Yeah. You remember you need tires too, right, John?
I know. I need tires. I need a door. I need
a lot of shit too. I'm just reminding you. You really
I need teeth. I like these AI videos.
You just need heat, Shane.
Huh?
You just need heat.
It's at the shop. The part's in. I just haven't been by there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go get it put in.
This next video is intense. I don't know if y'all can see this.
Oh, damn, Dopey.
What do you say happened? Got fired yesterday. Damn it, dude.
Dude, that's
you're already working somewhere else.
I'm telling you, man, times are crazy right now. This is a good thing to think about. Choices made in anger can't be undone. Go with our conversation earlier.
Palmer, do you know how to bleed those by yourself? And
get a
and
Mr.
it worked perfectly. I'm not questioning your intelligence. I'm just saying it can be done by yourself, and you'll do a better job than if you had somebody back there cracking a bleeder valve. If you don't know how to do that, it's extremely cheap and easy. Just message me and I'll fill you in.
John.
Yes. Oh, I see it now. Hold on, let me go back over here. Boom, boom, boom. Hug coming.
I love the Subvert.
Yeah, Subvert's awesome.
But I think it's so big, I would probably hesitate to carry it. Because when I had my military 2 and my Jumbo, both of those were so big, I rarely ever carried them. I love the idea of a big knife. But
I hate that mutes you every time.
pretty bad. But
Palmer
That's
just
the
had
point.
something to do with brakes.
Palmer, you can do that with you sitting in the car and the heat on. You have to be outside for about 45 seconds.
That's pretty funny.
It was embarrassing how long I was a mechanic before I realized that you could not only bleed brakes better by yourself with no help, but actually do a better job.
We're just looking at knives. This guy right here. Oh, man, it's lagging. God dang it.
I couldn't hear it. Do it again.
Dobby, that happened to me. I worked for a uniform company and everything was great.
I'm
And they got bought out. And the new company that bought them gave us a quota on selling baseball caps and belts. And nobody wanted that bullshit. Like, it was, the baseball caps were just plain. There was nothing, nobody wanted that bullshit. But if you didn't sell enough of them, they'd can your ass. So I get that.
All right, I'm going to plug my ears, John. You got a couple more to go.
I know. Y'all plug your ears. I'm lagging like a son of a bitch for some reason.
I was going to play them fucking videos.
No, it's not. They weren't playing.
Big Shane Gillis, what's up?
Big Shane. Here we go, guys. Hugs coming. Plug your ears.
To bleed and never could do it manually. had to take
John,
the
where are those at in media assets?
I had to take the car to work with me and use the pressure bleeder. But I used to have a dune buggy and I installed tractor brakes in it. You know, like you see Ken Block grabbing those turning brakes. Those are a pain in the ass to get the air out of because you've essentially got 3 master cylinders that you're running through. Lace up.
What's our show now, buddy?
Good. Maybe I'll quit playing that fucking
Well,
sound.
As soon as I find out where those things are hidden, I think they're in media assets. I'm going to start deleting them.
I don't blame you. Tina, you out, buddy? I hope everything's all right, man.
Yeah, have you seen those? What's it called, Mr. Push or whatever they are, Shane?
What?
The vacuum filled for the bleeders for the new cars that have the like sequential where you have to do it through when you bleed them, you have to actually go through a code in the car now.
No.
Son of a bitch. Get up here if you're going to start doing shit like that. You know you're muted, buddy.
I don't typically take baths. I only take baths when I'm in extreme pain because they help.
Speaking of extreme pain, I talked to A to Z today, and Tara, his sister, fell in the kitchen. Shane, you never made it out to LJ, did you?
No.
They've got these really nice plank hardwood floors. Somehow she slipped, landed right on her kneecap, and it broke into 3 pieces. No tendon damage, no, which is good, but her kneecap has screws and a plate, and dude, she's in so much pain. I can't imagine.
I bet.
I talked to him today.
I'm walking around on an ankle that's broken in 3 places or 3
That's
pieces.
why I thought about that. And A to Z was saying that he hated he missed us.
These same girls, I'm chewing this shit like my life depends on it too.
Thank you, Baptism. I'm not getting automatically unmuted, or Shane's just muting me. Not
No.
Shane, Kyle.
I can't either because Shane was muted, and then when I go to unmute him, it says you can't unmute the guest because they muted themselves.
Yeah, guess what I got a notification of today?
I'm muted now.
No, you were, but
Kyle, did you get a notice on the top of your StreamYard when you logged in talking about the new owner?
yeah.
Yeah. So every time I log into StreamYard, they've got new features, which just really fucks everything up, to be honest with you, because you get used to using it a certain way, and then you log in next week and it's all changed. But they do stuff like this.
Well, you're just old and can't adapt either.
I can adapt. I'm very much able to adapt. But stuff like this to me is just, hey, Christmas is over. Throw some New Year stuff up there. They did it with Turkey Day too.
The holidays aren't over though.
I know.
You insensitive asshole.
But to me, candy canes are over. The ones that they're giving out at the gas station where I get my shit is they're all broken because they're just trying to get rid of them. Now, Beach Santa, I can get behind him. We'll leave him up there.
Lakeside, I felt really good today. Like no pain, no discomfort, but I went to get up a little while ago and couldn't get myself stabilized. And from what they're telling me, it just is what it is. It's probably going to be this way forever. I can handle being a little gimped up as long
I
as
bet you're not wearing your boot either.
as long as I can still function. No.
Dude,
I
if you don't get in the habit,
I would better get into this desk with that boot on.
just
That's
because
the
it's,
That's what pisses me off. It's so huge that I can't wear it because I can't do anything with it. And while I was there, he showed me this other one that's $400 cheaper, does the exact same thing, and you can wear your tennis shoes with it on. But I don't have, the VA ordered the one that's twice the size of my left leg, and I don't have the $1,200 to buy that one.
you gotta the one you've got to condition yourself to wear. It's gonna help.
I'm serious.
Fucking hug.
Just cut Shane off. Sorry, dude. Shane's muted.
And now I can't unmute him again.
Why is it doing this? Let me try to see if I
You
can.
keep playing that stupid ass video.
But it's not supposed to edit my
It
settings.
is.
I'll tell you why, Kyle.
You're not
See over on
supposed
the
to be
right where
turning
it says
cues on your
people.
blade when you sharpen them either, but you are.
See over on the right where it says
Pick up the
people.
blades. Stop playing the video. That fixed both your problems.
That's where we can unmute him.
Anyway, if I can find the plaster to make a mold, then I'm thinking seriously about making a micarta boot myself for my foot.
And hard cast it?
Yeah.
The tism has spoken.
Blame the video. Blame the video. I was going to bring my acoustic guitar over here and play parts of Thorn in My Pride and other shit in open drop D tuning instead of hugs. But I don't have a lot of room to hold it. I don't have a holder that'll fit back here where I can set it down. But I thought about bringing y'all some live tunes tonight. Thought about being the word there.
We know why he plays it, and I really don't have a problem with it. I just like to cuss about it.
I know.
You're right, Jeffrey. You're right. But that's what kills me is the modern one.
Drink water.
That you can live with is cheaper, but they don't order that one.
Todd, it's okay. He's just gonna mold it around his foot and he can't feel pain anyway.
No, that's what I was talking about, Todd. I was gonna have to do the plaster mold. Get a mold of my foot and my calf, and then make the micarta around it to stiffen it.
I can see Shane just pouring epoxy all over his foot.
I'm not wrapping strips of denim in epoxy around my leg, letting it harden. That shit gets like, I don't know. I know it gets in the high hundreds.
Let me even hear. Let me see if it'll fit back here and if y'all can hear it. Hold on.
Get a bone saw. Try to get that thing off you.
Yeah.
You just opened up a whole can of worms, Mills. I hope you understand that.
What do? Oh shit, Paul.
I know.
God damn it. Not like so I'm going to use a plaster mold and get the mold of my foot and leg, and I'm going to take that off and make a micarta bracer for it.
Man, I feel like a stage I played on in Auburn. What?
Learn to use the glue first before epoxy.
Let's see if I'm in tune.
All right, guitar guys here. Yeah, that sounds like shit.
I'm going to a different tuning, dude. I've got lag on my side. I hear lag.
I hear somebody play guitar.
I'm tuning, bitch.
I don't hear anything. Shane, do you hear anything?
That sounds much better, John. You're getting there, buddy.
It's
Close
pretty
to
close.
perfection. There you go.
Attaboy.
Jam out for us, buddy.
Keep on it.
I think people should start sending in super chats so that John plays longer. Is that Billy Strange, dude, or is this John Evans?
You know what that sounds like?
This sounds like he taught John Mayer how to play the guitar. God, it sounds good. John, why don't you do this professionally? Why aren't you in a band playing clubs and shit?
No kidding. That would be a better idea than.
They should have hired you to replace that Jerry Garcia guy. bar fund.
More like Mike Fund.
Down here is so much better than I imagined. Bonk, bonk, bonker. I met Grumpy right at a MAGA barbecue fundraiser. He recommended this live stream. Who is that?
I don't know, but they deserve.
Oh, God, that's so good. Dude, it has to be somebody in the know. That's hilarious, man.
I'm gonna put y'all through one more bit of hell.
Okay.
No, we're enjoying it. Do it. Turn the volume up.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah. That's good. Speaking of extreme pain, I gotta know who Bonk Bonk Bonker is, dude. That's hilarious. My key is because it's vertical, I guess.
I didn't know John was that good. Did you?
No.
Yeah. All right. There we go.
At least one song, please. I think Paul actually wants to hear it.
Okay.
Hold on. I gotta find it.
Yeah, you've lost it somewhere.
Well, I broke a string, so I don't have my high E. Hold on.
You're high enough.
There it is. Well, without that B ringing out, it doesn't sound right. So anyway, that's fucked up because of that. Concert's cut short, so I'm gonna go back to standard tuning, and I'm gonna drop one more on you, and then I'm gonna bail on the guitar.
Todd, I think you're going to tune it to Cats in Heat.
Did you request Cats in the Cradle? I don't play that shit. I'm kidding.
Can you play Stairway to Heaven?
Yes, but I'm not going to. I won't play that or Freebird.
How about Smoke on the Water?
How about this? Everything sounds fucked up because of my E string.
You know what I would do if everything was going to sound fucked up because my E string is broke? I wouldn't fucking play that guitar right.
Here's some dead for you. Whoops. All right, I'm not tuned. There's my problem.
Blame it on the guitar.
It's the tuning, not the guitar.
This is like. Never mind.
You haven't even heard anything rhythmic yet.
Because I broke my string, dude.
Well, get another guitar. You got 50.
I know, but I'm not dragging the electric over here.
This is worse than a deaf person trying to sing.
Dude, we mock what we don't understand. I dropped my pick, or I would be fucking laying some more heavy shit on you. Y'all are lucky. I'll finger pick. Here you go.
How can you tune it when you're tone deaf?
My car wants to hear John Fogerty, Old Man Down the Road.
Old Man Down the Road.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I have to pull it up. That's the great thing about the internet. And we'll do this one day when I'll put my table back and I'll make room and I'll bring a holder and I'll get an extra string.
How about replacing that broken string too?
I'm not going to do that now, but I will do that in the future and we'll have guitar night and I'll take requests because all y'all got to do is pull it up on Google and get the chords.
Okay.
And I'm in good shape. I'm walking off. I'll be right back.
What we've heard tonight sound awesome. Crispy, the only song I hate more than A Horse with No Name is Smooth Operator by Sade. F that song. F Sade, F Smooth Operator, and F all y'all who disagree.
Now Shane gets the mute because he's just being stupid.
Who, me?
Yeah, I muted you. I'm not going to listen to that blasphemy against Sade.
You like Smooth Operator?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, dude. I'd rather hear armadillos fuck. than listen to that song.
Or did you just say Amadeus or armadillos?
Armadillos. I got too much gum in my mouth. I don't even talk right.
I don't think Amadeus can do that anymore.
Yeah. Like, that's the only song that I know of that I literally cringe and can't get away from fast enough. Oh shit, he's back.
Y'all are really screwed down.
Not really.
I bet it sounds just as good and loud as it did last time you played.
Yeah, I plugged it in before and we found out it didn't work.
I bet it's going to sound louder.
Depends on how high I turn it up. Let's see.
Do Freak on a Leash by Korn.
Oh,
you don't know any real music?
That's what you call real
Yeah. New metal's the only music.
You're sadly mistaken.
Thank you, Zach. You got a gifted membership.
Huh?
Dude, thank you, whoever gifted it. I'm tuning. Hugs are
I
coming.
just said it was Zach.
Yeah, Joshua Horsey got the life. Are you ready?
I used to know some almost tuned.
Do you know Cowboys from Hell by Pantera?
Dude, I don't know any heavy metal. I know some Led
Why are
Zeppelin.
you on an electric guitar then?
Dude, I play jam band music.
Jam band is not music.
Wrong. You just don't have any ear
Neither's
for it.
Grateful Dead.
That is instrumental gibberish. It's five
Musical
guys.
communication.
It's five guys so stoned that they're playing five different songs at the same time.
You're just thinking about fish. You can't judge them all by fish.
No, it's not all of them. I'm talking
All right.
about. I don't want to hear John Mayer jam band out. I don't want to hear Billy Strings do it. I want to hear Grateful Panic do it. I want to hear.
Well, Grateful Panic ain't gonna be doing it.
You are Grateful Dead. You remember what that chick said about Grateful Dead, right?
I'd rather hear Grateful Panic than Grateful Dead.
She said she researched it. You realize Grateful Dead is what caused men to.
Can y'all hear that?
No.
Oh yeah.
All right, here you go. This sounds so dry. My signal sounds too dry. I'm done.
That sounded a little like some Allman Brothers or something.
It was supposed to be Led Zeppelin Ramble On, but
Oh, it was Ramble On. You're right. My bad. I didn't recognize that you
It's
made
supposed to have a
rhythm.
little delay and chorus on it.
I recognize that you at least made a rhythm.
Yeah, I got rhythm, brother.
I bet it doesn't translate through like all the different devices it's traveling through too.
It's actually no lag through the soundboard. So
Shane. It's kind of funny that you're criticizing his guitar skills when your fingers can't even do finger painting.
This is true.
I'm going back to my open tuning to see if I can play
It's
29
it's not his guitar skills. I'm criticizing. It's his taste in garbage music.
It's garbage music. We mock what we don't understand.
Or we can just hate what we don't or what we understand.
And that is understandable because you can hate music. All right, I'm unplugging. Y'all
I only hate Sade.
pop you. Ow. I'm plugging here. I'll be right back.
If I could be in the sack. I could be in the sack with Rachel Cook and that song come on, and I'd probably lose the mood.
This is a pain in the ass.
Do you not agree that's the prettiest girl on the internet, though, John?
Mills. Here, let me show you proof.
Y'all do me a favor and go on Instagram and check out 4 or 5 of the latest little videos or picture things of Rachel Cook. Message me in the DMs and let me know if you agree that she is perfection.
Disagree.
And here's the thing, Kyle. She's more perfect by your standards than she is mine.
I still disagree.
I found the musical solution for the next stream, not Friday night because we got to get.
Earplugs?
Yeah, for you. But check this out.
Oh, what is that?
My little synth. I used to play it on Metal Mondays. I learned Jump, and some Steely Dan songs. This right here.
Steely Dan is a musician's band.
Yeah, you don't like. I'm sure, but like this right
No,
here.
I don't mind them. I just realized all musicians love Steely Dan, but
These are all cheat sheets for songs like "In Your Eyes."
Speaking of
weird songs.
Speaking of Tom Sawyer, I hope Neil's still here lurking. Rush
Palmer
sucks.
Conley, we're talking about Rachel Cook, not Rachel Lee Cook. Rachel Cook.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Rachel Lee Cook.
No, Rachel Cook. Hang on, I'll show you. I think she's as close to perfect as has ever been created.
Is she the one you sent me, or did you send me an AI girl?
No, that's one I sent you.
She's gorgeous. I'll agree.
And like I said,
Neil
she's
went
not even my
like,
type.
Yeah, baptism. Steely Dan. I was listening today because they were playing the R's on iHeartRadio or whatever, and they played Reeling in the Years, and I forgot what a jam that was. And it's like 8 minutes, which wasn't a radio standard, but Steely Dan was ballsy enough to say, well, we're not cutting it.
I ain't gonna show you anything like scantily clad. This is just her in the snow. The Cook, it's Rachel Cook, but both O's are capitalized, or maybe they're zeros. I don't know. But yeah, I even think Palmer. I think she's
I wonder if she's AI.
No, she's real.
Where have you seen her do real stuff?
I saw her in a movie.
Oh, okay, so she's
an
active.
I found out she was in it.
Why can't I pull up? I'm looking at. I can't get the.
Palmer says she's trying too hard. Just look. Whatever, Palmer.
I'm gonna make a confession. Elizabeth Hurley's relationship with Billy Bob Thornton has depreciated her in my eyes.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
What'd I say?
Billy Bob Thornton.
I'd rather her be with Billy Bob.
I would too. I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
His commercial for that show that he's on about one of the oil companies, and they're talking about wind power? The trailer's all I've seen.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Him and that girl walking down that dusty road, and he's just spitting facts out.
Yeah, I've watched every episode. It's one of my favorite shows.
Oh, what's it called? I've never watched it. I've just seen the trailer.
Hey, here, how about this? If you actually watch the show, Allie Larder gets naked on it.
Who cares?
Really?
Yeah. And even though she's in her 40s, she's still got it going on, son.
No.
Beauties, I don't think that's necessarily sexist to like the naked form. I heard Billy Bob's hung like a mule.
Yeah,
well,
I heard it too.
Angelina had that smile when they'd been in that limousine going to the Oscars or whatever weird event that was. Zach Stuff, the man, the myth, the legend himself. DSKSF, my friend.
No, Zach, she's naked. There's no whipped cream bikini.
No, he's saying that that's.
Hey, that's the difference, Richard, in the week before Christmas, dealing with the public at a knife store, and the week after Christmas. I talked to one guy today, really cool kid. He just got out of boot camp, and he wanted to come in. He bought a Bally, a trainer, 3 Zippos, and some lighter fluid. Cool kid, really inspirational. And that was the only person I saw as a customer that came in besides people picking up their knives for sharpening. And if you walk in that store now, it's probably half. Knives are probably in half of the places they could be. They're right at that weird time where they sold all the shit. And because of tax reasons, the new knives won't start arriving until next week. All the ones that are on order. It's all scheduled out that way.
Palmer,
Elizabeth Hurley, 60. Kathleen, I'm not taking. She was my from when I was a young man, she was always my perfect. When she was dating, what's his name? The actor who cheated on her with that prostitute. Hugh Grant. I was so upset because I thought they were such a cool couple. But she was somebody who I just have always loved her
What
accent.
does that tell you about her if he had to go get a prostitute while he was with her?
That he has the sex issues. I mean, because she strikes me as somebody who's just personable. I mean, and maybe she just does that. She's really fake. I don't know. But yeah, she looks great for her age.
Palmer, I
She uses
checked
a lot
her
of filter.
DM, and I agree with you. I'm just saying, societally, like what we deem as perfect now, I think she is that. But my taste lean more towards what you sent me. So I agree.
Yeah, and that voice, I agree. And she's just so she strikes me as, and this sounds stupid because she hangs around some of the most influential people, but she strikes me as down to earth. She doesn't strike me as thinking she's all that. You didn't disappoint me, Dopey. I know you got to do what you got to do, buddy. And Hugh Grant, he's a catch. I won't give you a hard time there, my brother. Have you made it home yet? Because if you're still walking, I'm gonna feel shitty because I could have gotten to you by now.
How fast do you think he walks, dude?
If he was 2 miles from home, I think he probably walks about an 8-9 minute mile. With it this cold, he's probably walking closer to an 7 minute mile. Yeah, $20 is $20. That's a fact, Jack. Cool, buddy. Well, next time you get in a walking blue situation, reach out. I'm usually around, except for 2 to 6 is usually when I'm at the knife store.
Shane,
And I won't be there for the next 2 days. I'm surprised they're closed New Year's Day, to be honest with you.
What'd you say, Kyle?
So I just sent you a couple to take a look at.
Share them if y'all have stuff to share.
No.
Give me some content.
The stream has gotten perverted. Sorry, Kathleen. Kyle, see, I could have.
I'm going to go to White Mountain Knives. I haven't been there in a while. Hey, I heard a success story today from a customer. Y'all want to hear it?
I've almost got you figured out, Kyle.
No, those are more towards yours. Those are light for me.
Oh, you're shopping for your buddy. You're not shopping for you necessarily.
Kyle likes the girl next door, the teller at the bank, but thick with 2 C's.
I've never seen this knife before. Have y'all seen the Spyderco Starmate?
I've not.
Yeah, we talked about it last week, dude.
Oh, yeah.
The Tetrazola?
Yeah.
Why do I forget shit? Last week when I was falling asleep? That's why. It was.
You forget
I was
shit.
dead.
Jason Momoa with the beard, pretty sexy, dude. Without, on Doom, not so much.
I've got that knife, but mine's Damascus, so it's not MagnaCut.
Neither set.
No, that's Damascus. Well, it's closer to MagnaCut than mine. Concept does a good job. They tell you what their well, they don't tell you that their MagnaCut's anything but MagnaCut, but they tell you what their Damascus is. I'm not crazy about that knife. I don't necessarily get it.
However, I will say this: I don't think any man will ever be more beautiful than Brad Pitt. Boy,
Now we've really jumped the goat. Brad Pitt is a sexy man. Look at that Tucson.
He was sexier than most women on the planet.
Look at that Tucson.
Yeah, I got where I really like hawk bills.
That's a pretty intense hawk bill.
Yeah.
Dig that. Look.
And $79, granted it's D2, that's not as good of a deal as if you go to eBay, you can get these a lot cheaper, or $10, $15 cheaper. And Riot, I'm not paying $350 for a Riot knife. I'm sorry. 154 CM blade.
That's a lot of money for 154. But it's looks like a lot of handle work.
It looks like fat
That's
carbon.
fine. It's just fat carbon. I thought that was milled titanium. Never mind.
And this is the V2, so they must have liked it so much they made it again.
John Dopey's talking to you.
Uh-oh. What's up, Dopey? Let me get over here where I can see.
So he's got frostbite on the side of the road because you wouldn't come get him.
Damn, dude. I feel terrible.
He
Not
had
really.
frostbite on your face if he'd had come got you, Dopey.
No, you'd be on the passenger side. You'd be totally insulated. That's where I let my 82-year-old dad ride. And he always asks, because he's got dementia, when are you going to get your door fixed? I was like,
No.
good question,
No,
Dad.
don't blame it on
Don't
him.
blame it on the dementia.
No.
I ask that every time I see you too.
It's
I've
only
got
been
dementia.
3 years since you've had the damn door off there.
All right, what are these? These they don't have pictures. There's a North Mountain Blade Co. jellyfish, and I think I've seen that on their site, and we'll go to it because that's a cool knife. It's designed by
Derek, that tall blind guy from Ohio thinks he's sexy because he's blind.
Seriously overpriced Chinese knife.
North American Blade. That well, the ones that are licensed, $300 is expensive. Let me show you what that knife looks like.
Not North American blades. North Mountain.
North Mountain. All right, so
Yeah, when
jellyfish.
do you need to get the door fixed? Are you waiting on the apocalypse?
Shay.
That's what your 300 is getting you. Why is it? There we go.
Yeah.
I know it's not that exciting.
I mean, at 170, it's okay.
That's 3. And they got
Oh,
them.
you're never going to believe who just popped up on my...
I like that one at 230. I think that's a good looking knife.
Kyle.
I can't see.
Oh, let me stop sharing. Let me make you big.
You dumbass.
she
Who's
looks
that?
like, she looks healthy, dude.
I don't.
She looks 17.
No.
Yeah. No
I'm
kidding.
kidding.
That's the one that got me shot at.
Yee Barbie, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Derek, for real, what is up, brother? Good to see you, man.
Kyle, it wouldn't hurt if you...
Crispin Critter, what is up, brother? Channel member.
It wouldn't hurt if you'd at least be happy about her sobriety, dude.
I could care
I'm very
less.
happy about her sobriety.
I'm proud of her.
Good for you.
Not proud enough to message her or anything like that.
Well, don't be a creeper. You don't want to.
Not proud enough to not follow her.
No. Well, I have to follow her. I'd like to keep up with her and make sure she's doing all right.
Here's a pretty funny meme.
I'm not a creeper. The last 5 times she's messaged me, I've ignored it.
Liar.
I did.
Can y'all read that? Or do you want me to read it for you?
Remember to poop before midnight on 31 December. You don't want to be carrying the same shit. Oh, yeah.
I've never seen that one.
That's some live, love, laugh shit right there.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I live, love, laugh. That's why I'm getting hit with that shit. I think these are funny. These are AI as fuck. Because cats are nuts.
That's creepy.
At night.
That thing's getting shot in my house.
Are you going to look back and wish you had told more people to go fuck themselves? See, I don't even feel like I need to tell people to go fuck themselves. I just feel like as I've gotten older, my friend group has gotten smaller, and I think that's by perfect design. That's pretty wild. Did that guy come from the back? I don't know if that's real or AI, but it looks real.
What the hell is going on?
Anywho, this too shall pass, and then some other bullshit will come and take its place. It never fucking ends. There's you some sunshine and moonbeams. You're not alone. People are literally everywhere with their stupid problems and shitty attitudes. You only wish you were alone. The only person you can truly rely on is you. What a fucking nightmare. That's that Shane Dunsmore who does Peace Neighbor, that little EDC brand he started during COVID. Lefty had him on his channel one night. He's got a Civivi knife now. He's an actor. I think he was in the Avengers, maybe.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I don't know.
That guy right there. Right here. You remember him from Lefty's Live, right?
No.
So if you go to Peace Neighbor, let me stop sharing and go to Peace Neighbor.
I tuned out after all the stupid sayings.
Neighbor. Oh, you tuned out of me? Thanks, dude.
Just be honest.
You can be honest. I wouldn't expect any less from you. So he started this brand. He started during COVID, they would sit on their porches because LA was really affected by lockdown. And he started telling people when they'd walk by his house, Peace Neighbor. And it just became something he wanted to start into a brand. So the Civivi Guile is his knife. And he's had some aftermarket scales made for it.
He wanted to start a brand, so he let the Chinese company do it.
I'm sure. He's an actor. Kindness reigns. He's got a good message. It doesn't matter who does it.
Kindness. Kindness straight from the CCP who's willing to.
I know. Well, remember, we're not talking, it's not politics. It's all economics.
See, have a good night.
Night. Night, everybody. Who's going out? Who's packing out?
I'm not going to get on my soapbox.
It's time for you to get on your soapbox, dude. When we're 3 hours in is usually when you get into your feels. That's the best part of the show.
That's hilarious that you think I have feels.
I'm being sarcastic. I know you picked up on it. That's why I love you. You don't have to intermingle feelings. You can be truly objective, or at least pedantic in your own beliefs.
Exactly, Palmer.
I can't believe that Alabama's maximized the amount of THC that they can put in a soda to 10 milligrams. That just means they can sell more soda. To me, that's just Alabama going, okay, we're going to run it through. It has to go through the ABC stores, which means it's a controlled state, which means the state's going to be able to tax it more. And you have to buy 5 to get what you get in 1 can of this, which to me just kind of sucks.
Or don't be dependent upon it.
I'm not dependent on it. I only drink them during live streams. That's why I have 2 live streams a week, though, because I think that's when I really start jonesing for
It
them.
only makes sense. Nothing positive has ever come from it. I'm not talking about consumption. I'm talking about legalization. Nothing positive has ever come from it.
I'd have to get stats. I think if we both went and came back with stats, we'd be surprised. Both of us would. I think I'd be surprised by some things that didn't go as well.
You could probably show me.
I can't think of anything negative.
Some
that's
tax
come from
and
You can't think of anything negative?
No, I think if you look at the prison, if you look at the incarceration.
No, follow the money trail.
I figured that's where you were going to go, and you're right there. I'm talking about the fact that
You can't separate that.
It's even more so now than before, cartel controlled, and they're just making billions off of it.
Well, you go to I always compare it to the liquor industry, right? Which has been controlled by the mob. I'm sure cartels have their hands in that. Think of all the tequilas coming out of Mexico that are boutique tequilas. They're probably laundering operations. But when I look at the way that alcohol is treated and the way that marijuana, from a legal standpoint, being able to go into a store and get it versus being pulled over and shaken down because you've got it, is just doesn't make. There's no way that someone's going to make me think.
You're talking about mob control. You're talking about mostly tax evasion and a handful of murders over the years.
Dude, people aren't killing people.
Cartel, you're talking about hundreds of people a day or a week.
But I'm saying, if you don't think the cartels are deep into moving bootleg liquor through the world, where it's not.
So, yeah.
I mean, anything that they can make a money on that's
That's like if
tax
you ask
that
me
they can
how I
get
feel
away
about
from a tax stamp is
how I
going to
feel
be.
about bombing those guys in those fentanyl boats.
Oh yeah,
Fucking bomb more of them.
yeah. I agree. I agree. I'm not pro. I think that people say marijuana is a gateway drug. Marijuana is a gateway drug. Alcohol and cigarettes are the gateway drug.
I have at this point. I have more friends that I really cared about dead from fentanyl than I do alive. So.
Oh yeah, I'm not pro hard drugs. Although part of that is if they just died and didn't there is a Darwin theory, and I realize addiction is a disease. I suffer from it, so
I
I'm
did
not.
used to think that all potheads were kind of underachievers, but I have changed my mind about that. I mean, I've met a lot of really successful people, responsible people that manage their you know recreational drug use and still benefit society.
Well, look how
That
polluted.
number is so much smaller, dude.
Sure, but look how polluted somebody like Elon Musk is. I think the bottom line is, or Joe Rogan, who you can disagree with him, but he can carry on a conversation very high. I think the base intelligence, I think between 18 and 24, I used it a lot then, is the worst time you can use. I think that's been proven that it can prematurely bring out mental illness and things like that, but you're still developing and whatnot. But I think as a grown adult, with alcohol being legal, which I don't agree with alcohol. I think alcohol's a dangerous substance. I don't think it should be made illegal. I think we should be all responsible.
Robin, I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
We didn't take enough steps when we legalized it. All we really did was made it illegal for the cartel to still be in control of it. As far as it being legal for you to have on your person and use, I agree. But there wasn't enough done to keep them out of it. Like I know people in Denver right now that'll tell you don't own a head shop and you're not paying the cartel. They will come to you. They literally have bought up entire neighborhoods in Denver. They will murder your entire family.
That's the government. That's
well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Was I agree with Robin in the fact that yes, the end user it's less dangerous, but the industry itself is not less dangerous.
Right.
But when it was legal, cartels were still involved. There were still just as many people getting it. There was no less supply of marijuana.
Well, I mean, I think we're headed to the right spot now, though. We're trying to, we're literally at war with cartels. We need to kill them all and kill anybody that thinks about taking their place, and maybe it'll be okay. But yeah, for the end user, I agree. But I don't understand how these states just went from let's legalize marijuana to let's legalize any fucking thing.
Well, we're backtracking on that now, though. Some of those states
they are backtracking. They found out it didn't work, and I think a lot of that was the government's in.
A lot of that was money,
right? And I don't because they
dumped millions of dollars into taking care of all these homeless drug addicts, and they didn't get shit.
No, they didn't get the actual help. It was just a way to.
All the politicians took their part, and just like the Minnesota daycares, they created all these wellness companies to go along with it that didn't do shit but cash fat checks.
I'm ignorant, but before we go, you got to tell me what's going on in Minnesota. I saw a headline, but I know nothing about what's happening in Minnesota except it's a big state.
Hundreds of millions of dollars a year to all these little small, tiny child care centers.
Like subsidized and subsidies?
Yeah, the government is that. It's all over the internet, dude. Like,
yeah, I've seen the headline.
They get like $100 million a piece. So they go there, and guess what? There's no fucking kids. They're not. They just rented these spaces. They cash these multi-million-dollar checks. They give part of it back to the politician that illegally pushed it through. Everybody's getting rich off our tax dollars, and nothing's being done with it. Oh, they're right now. I can promise you, right now they're kicking in doors, shutting them some bitches down.
Yeah, I mean, that's organized crime to me too. I know it's not cartel, but I do think
this is the same guy that, as bad as I didn't want to have to vote for Trump, y'all tried to convince me I should vote for that dude. This is his doing. I was shocked. He actually came on television and took responsibility for it. He was like, "This happened under my watch. It's on me." That's not necessarily true, Stevie. I don't just watch Instagram clips.
I heard about it, and this is even worse, but I heard about it on Steel Toe Morning Show. Aaron was talking about it, and Aaron lives in Minnesota. So he was talking about how outraged.
It was just like when y'all were talking about that, the Somalis weren't killing the ducks at the park and eating them, that Trump made that up. Yet Kyle lives there and knows that it was happening. So you can say shit's made up and put on the internet all you want. It's easy to say that unless you live in that area and know that it's happening.
I think Palmer,
Advertising.
it's a little bit of both. Do I think they make a quality product? I think they're much better values for the dollar out there. I don't think they make a total shit product. I don't agree with any of their business practices. Don't support them. And do think they have a lot of
practices. Huh? What's wrong with their business practices? Out of curiosity.
Nothing, because they just offered somebody a better living. So I can't get mad at that. But the whole rating of companies, and I know it's not rating, it's being competitive in the marketplace and paying labor what it's worth. So, but that's
and the fact that okay. I will say this: I'm not a fan of the company, but I think you're being a little biased in that judgment.
I am. I acknowledge my bias when I was talking about, but it doesn't change the way I feel about it. I mean, I can say that it's a stupid logic to have because, again, I think you should go where the money's at. I think that's the only way. Nobody's going to have loyalty for you in a company setting. I know that better than anybody. But
I'm full of shit. Why did Tim Walsh come on television and admit that
he's talking about the weed part? And Bob, just because I'm not disagreeing with either one of you, I'm saying, but some of it is anecdotal and some of it is provable. And depending upon where you get your information, it's one or the other. But yes, are there complete legit grow farms? Yes. Are there ones that are completely controlled or majority controlled by other investors that are outside of the United States? Absolutely.
You can't move an ounce of weed anywhere without paying your dues.
That's not true.
Not unless you're just some small time guy growing weed and selling it to your buddies.
Well,
if you've got a license in the state of Colorado to sell weed, you are paying them people.
And if you're doing it in your house and you can yield a lot out of your house legally in a legal state. And I know in an illegal state, you can yield a lot out of your house and it's not touching anybody else's hands. It's straight to consumer and it's only to select, like, it's almost like a buy group.
The Shehis that own Mountain View Hospital here, it's the biggest drug rehab in the state. His son's a huge pothead. And he moved to Denver, Colorado to open a dispensary. And he has to cut that check every month. Or, building gets burnt down or, whatever.
Well, that's whose fault's that? The cartels.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that legalizing marijuana to have and to use, I think it should be legal. We didn't take enough steps to keep them out of it. They're still
maybe blowing up the boats are the first step. And I think it's a much bigger problem because I think in like any other government, they make money with they're partners with a lot of those cartels. We've proven that, right? If we'll trade arms with, we are. Research how crack got here.
I got a buddy right now that owns a crematorium that is looking for a place to move because he's surrounded by dispensaries. So the cartels bought the entire block. They bought his building. They own his lease.
I don't want fucking bodies in the air that my weed's breathing.
They're wanting him to pay the same thing the dispensaries are paying, the weed tax. Or he can leave so they can let another young white kid open a dispensary and draw that off of him.
It seems like there's somewhere that would be reportable, and that if there was a government in place to stop cartels that wasn't in business with the cartels, those situations.
Extortion's been illegal since the beginning of time.
What?
But the Italians did it, and the Russians have done it. That's been a thing since. But
don't you think it's because organized crime is organized from a higher place than just Vinny?
That I don't know, man.
I mean, if you research it,
on that because I haven't researched it.
I think I don't think crimes happen in a vacuum. I don't think a cartel could go out and terrorize legal states, even though the feds might have a gray area when it comes to the legalization of it, since they don't support it. I don't think they're going to be pro cartel. And if they're not doing or providing that help to eradicate that type of behavior,
Right.
they're either in partnership with it or they are supporting it, in my opinion. And I have no science to back
but
that
I mean,
up.
if turning a blind eye is still supporting it.
I agree. Because that's really your only place to turn.
Sort of be in bed with it, but it is happening. Yeah, but I think it's just as, it's just as wrong to tell somebody that it's not happening when they know it is. As anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think bad shit happens, right? Regardless, I just think if you look at before legalization in states and after legalization, the cartels were always controlling it. They're threatened because they're not, and maybe they have to be more aggressive in their neighborhoods where they can inject their control, but they had to be pushed out to an extent to where they're trying to get back into the trade.
Right. Well, Bob, for you to be right, then that means 4 people that I know that I've known for many, many years are just outright lying. So I'll take a little time to look into why they're lying or why they would lie, just to benefit the argument or conversation, whatever you want to call it. But
The debate.
the thing is if one of those people's telling the truth, which I'm completely sure that they are, then that means that you are wrong, because you can't say it's not happening. If it's happened one time, it's happening.
But I'm also a big believer in if the numbers, if it's happening in huge numbers and the government's not getting involved, there's collusion there.
Right.
If it's happening sporadically, the government might not be getting involved because they're not necessarily in support of it or whatever.
But that's a very good point.
But to me, I'm curious.
If you're telling me that your family grew medical weed and didn't have to pay, I can believe that. That's perfectly fine.
Well,
But
two
the
things.
dispensary is a different animal because it's a
You're
business.
telling me that everybody that's grown it and everybody that sold it, that nobody's had to pay those people under threat of violence?
No, I'm sure that's the fact. Yeah.
Right.
Well, here's the thing: 2 things can be true at one time. What he's saying can be true, that they didn't have any issues, and that and what Shane's saying can be true.
Absolutely.
There could be cases where that's happening as well too.
Right.
I think that we're too stuck upon thinking that 100% it's one way or the other.
Yeah. I'm just saying we're not doing enough to keep the corruption out of it.
Stay tuned. Mr. Creeley is going to be a guest after the first of the year on Friday Night Flicks. He's a super interesting guy. I talked to him for about an hour I just called him and tell him I liked his knife and I saw it and shared a couple of pictures with him that were on Instagram and I invited him to collaborate. And he talked to me for an hour about what he does, why he does what he does. And he's got some interesting forward thinking, I think.
Yeah, Robin, I
wouldn't go to Colorado and tell the families of these people who have been victims of that violence that they're not real and that didn't really happen to them.
Robin, I respectfully disagree with that. I think that there is no such thing as your truth. I think there is always a truth. It's a matter of digging far enough and getting enough cross references and resources to figure out.
So in all actuality, Kyle, I agree completely with what you're saying. And the truth is that some people are experiencing that.
And that's the difference. I was going to say that there are 2 truths only because of the experience that somebody's having.
But
the truth could be underlying.
What Robin is saying to the people that it's not happening to, that is their truth.
Right.
Kyle and I have argued about this before.
I understand what he's saying. And like I said, I respectfully disagree because I think that if you're defining something as a truth, then it needs to be founded in wholehearted
validation. It doesn't have to be accepted to be a truth.
The difference is if Bob had started the conversation with my family grew medical marijuana for years and none of that happened to them, I wouldn't say, oh, you're full of shit. That's a lie. Because that's entirely possible that his family did grow it for years and none of that happened to them. But if I say I know people that were in the business that it did happen to, and then you tell me I'm full of shit. That's ignorance.
Y'all both have two different truths from what you experienced.
Yeah.
And the truth is, it may be happening
calling me a
here,
liar just to call
but
me a
not
liar.
here.
Well,
Right.
hang on. First of all, there's two differences that we're not distinguishing here. There are truths as far as what is actual and factual, and then there's anecdotal.
Great point.
Shane can have one experience and think that is 100% accurate. I can have an experience think it's 100% accurate.
You're
Javon
both
can-
wrong. You're both
hang
blended.
on. And Javon can have a third experience. All of them can be right and all of them can be wrong. It's not depending upon what's anecdotal. It's depending upon what is foundationally.
I think we both agree with that.
We agree with that, but do you think that all
we both think it's,
states should do the
Hang on.
same thing?
Finish my thought, please.
go ahead.
The difference is between all of us thinking that we're right is one is statistically proven and the others are anecdotal. So while it may be right in that one scenario, it's not right for the entirety of that.
What's your control group of your statistics? One?
Well, yeah, we had this.
Okay, John, the control, if you're doing controlled statistics, anecdotal is anything less than 50%.
Yeah, like when
And
we
if
had the
you're-
conversation, when the big conversation about voter fraud. I'm not going to go into the bigger subject of stolen elections. I don't know enough about that. But people came on here. I distinctly remember people in the chat saying there was absolutely no voter fraud. And then you have John from the Fossil Channel, who lives in the state of New York, is a state employee and worked the booths and physically watched people walk through the line dozens of times and was told he was not allowed to ID them and not allowed to stop them. Well, that means we know it happened at one time. So that means when you say it never happened, you're either misinformed or you're lying. Because we know it happened once. Was there enough stolen election? I have no idea and don't care.
I agree
But it happened.
with Robin. I agree with this. And unfortunately, that's manipulated every which way, good, bad, indifferent. And
Truth.
theoretically, the best way to get
I
through
agree.
statistics is to try to find independent third party and multiple researches or studies to be able
That are
to.
not
But even if you do
beholden
that,
by-
now there's still that one guy that had that experience that may not reflect what all
I,
your research.
I understand. Listen to me. I understand that maybe someone's experience, but that doesn't make it correct on the whole. And that's the point of statistics. You can, okay, perfect
You
example.
didn't listen to a word I said.
Hang
I
on.
have
Well,
not
the
called up
statistics
and
were what was governing all this. Alcohol would have been
I
illegal
said-
years ago.
I said I know for a fact that it happened on some scale.
Perfect example. Say you get this knife and you have a bad experience and it's horrible and it's absolutely shitty and they won't do anything for you.
Yeah.
That's your experience. That's your anecdotal experience of that company.
Just like I had a great experience from Microtech and some people haven't.
And say Shane buys one and has the same exact experience. That's two possibilities out of how many do they sell. It doesn't make it accurate. It just makes it accurate for that scenario. So that's when you're breaking down statistics that people don't like to understand is, well, I'm not gonna. But the point of it is, when you're looking at it, it has to be provable for a majority of the scenarios. What's not subjective, Bob?
Didn't happen.
Well-
You're just wanting to win the conversation, and I get that. That's human nature.
Rob,
I don't
agree with
care.
this.
I don't care about winning the conversation. I'm just telling you what I know happened.
Robin, I agree with you that it's ideal to be able to have open discussions and be able to have different points of view, but be able to take that information and research and create your own thesis out of it. But when it comes down to hard facts, if you have multiple polls or multiple case studies that have been, whether it's, double blind, whatever, there are ways to get to the bottom of things.
We's good, okay?
Bob Tesman, I think you'd be really surprised if you found out who I voted for. Because I know you think you know. I think you'd be really shocked.
And that don't matter. We don't talk about religion, voting, or I know we do, but
and I feel like it's been a pretty healthy conversation because I've not told anybody they were full of shit.
And because you're practicing debate without hate. See how good it feels?
Oh, Stevie,
I disagree there.
Stevie's about to get banned for that one.
Had they designed it where the stop pin was just a hair further forward and give a little more curvature to that knife.
You can call me Nannerpuss, and guess what? I love
That time it unmuted. But it didn't unmute. Shane,
Robin,
yeah, it did.
Robin, the more you get to understand and know me, the more you'll realize that I'm very analytical and very much about what can be proven and what can be studied. I like to really dig in as far as before I form opinions and try to find.
Kyle, how many times have we had debates or arguments about these topics?
Nice night. I love you, brother. Cat coming up.
More than we can count.
Yeah, I mean, quite a few. But the thing about it is, I'm willing to hear someone's side of the story, but I'm also willing to show facts and to back it up and prove it wrong. And that's what I want someone to do to me as well too. So,
well, Tuesday a week from tonight, we're bringing our receipts, and we're going to talk about what marijuana has done to the states where it's been legalized. And I will do my research, and I won't use Chat GPT.
I'd like that, John. I'd like to know because I've heard some pretty awesome numbers.
I know that Oregon and California are totally different, and from what I've heard from marijuana enthusiasts,
I don't know anything about California, but I know
Oregon fucked it up for the market because they didn't limit.
The tax dollars collective had been massive, and if that's being used in a decent way, that's great. But if it's being used to pay empty healthcare offices where there are no doctors.
Unfortunately, Shane, all of that, once you start getting an influx of money, it becomes corrupt. You go back and look at the whole thing about.
And that's where Bob Tizzle was right. That's where Bob Tizzle was right. We are fucked because I don't know how you fix it at this point.
If you go back and look at the whole premise of trying to legalize gambling and doing the lottery was to fund schools, right? And you look at the percentage of what goes to schools, and it's very, very fucking little of that money that gets collected.
I'd like to have the lottery here, but when I go to Cedartown, Georgia, and I stand in line to pay for my drugs, there's always 10, 12 people ahead of me buying $40, $50 worth of lottery tickets. And then you can go outside, and they got a fucking mini spare on the front of their car, and an expired tag, and the kids look they hadn't bathed in weeks. So, yeah, even though I would like to see the lottery happen, there are people who aren't responsible enough to use it, and it has an adverse effect.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about how the money gets divvied out as far as the tax dollars off of it. Anytime the money comes into
the deal was anybody in Georgia could go to college for free.
No.
But I have family members in Georgia telling me that, no, you absolutely cannot go to college for free. That's not. So where are all those billions going?
That's my point, is the fact that anytime you get an influx of money, it should be allocated correctly, but it never is. Therefore, same principle of you legalize weed, all that money should benefit, that tax dollars should benefit something, but is it actually getting used appropriately? And the answer is going to be no, because the government's involved. And unfortunately, that is something that I'm much more of, I want them to have less control over money. I don't want them to have any control over us. And that's how it should be.
The only problem with that is, though, Kyle, if you go back to the beginning of this conversation, back to the weed subject, that the only way you can write on paper that makes that make sense is to make the government have more control of the growth and more control of the distribution. And then it just gets corrupted by a different group of people.
No.
That's why it's fucked. There really is no perfect answer.
Yes, there is. If you go back to the original foundation, is the federal government should have very little control over us, and it should be state-based. Therefore, the states make the decisions as far as how the government and laws work. And then, but listen, the states have more power than the federal government in theory. The state should be able to control what goes on in their state. And then if you don't like that, then you can move out of the state. But the federal government should have zero influence on what these things do.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I'm 100%.
You should be mad about that. Where'd all that fucking lottery money go?
Yeah.
I can tell you where it went. It went in a fucking politician's pocket.
Yeah, what's interesting when you start reading about Oregon and California, California did a lot of regulation on how many dispensaries you could have and how it was all controlled, where Oregon didn't have those same restrictions. And what happened is there's a lot of smoke in Alabama and Tennessee and Georgia because they've essentially flooded the market, and for home growers brought their market down.
Wouldn't that be the way to fix all this stuff? You just grow your own.
Yeah, it grows itself.
Nobody can control. Nobody can corrupt it. Just grow your own.
It grows itself. You would never need to transact.
Right. So I guess Then you just nailed it, John. That is the answer. Nobody's making fucking millions of dollars growing it and selling it. Everybody just grow their own. Nobody can corrupt it. Nobody's going to die over it, and that'd be the end of it. Maybe that's the answer. Yeah. Maybe the answer to the whole school thing is we just take our kids out of the shitty fucking school systems, and teach them ourselves.
The problem with that
is 100% the answer. That and the fact of defunding the federalized Department of Education, because they've done nothing but ruin the education system in the country. Give the kids a voucher, let them go pick the best school possible, and be done with it.
But that's the same reason why you can't just let people grow it in their houses exclusively, because then you have no taxation. Scotty Sobex, what is up, brother?
I don't know, John. There's states you got to file for a permit to have chickens in your backyard. So if you want to grow weed,
Huntsville's one.
Yeah, if you want to grow weed, maybe you have to get a fucking weed growing permit for your
and
yard.
Pay your tax like you do with anything.
And somebody's gonna fucking steal that money.
Yeah,
yeah, no doubt.
But at least the cartel isn't slitting people's throats and burning down people's homes.
You want to get real pedantic?
Neighborhoods in Denver.
Like, get real pedantic. My local city they have the most screwed up laws possible. They actually have something in their bylaws where if they put something on the ballot and it gets voted down, and the council decides that it's better for the city to be able to be passed, within 6 months of that vote, the council can have a vote and pass that into law against the people's wishes, and then turn around and make it retroactive. So we had, they voted on increase tax. The people voted no. They came back and said, yes, it needs to go through. They announced it in July and made it retroactive to January. People had to go back and pay extra money because it wasn't being taken out of their.
Even though the public said no, they had to pay for the taxes and retroactively.
Correct. And then the same city also, like, if I do anything, if I were to change my water heater, if I were to change my post for my mailbox, I'm supposed to call them, get an inspection, and get a permit and pay them a permit fee before I do any of that stuff. Basic maintenance on your home.
Even that small stuff?
Yes.
So like here, our government's so lax, you're supposed to do that. But when we added on this fourth bedroom, the only reason why we didn't have to get a permit is because we didn't rent a dumpster.
Well, and there's a price. There's a price on that, right?
Yeah, it would have cost.
Well, you can do it under a certain price. You don't have to get a permit.
I don't know what. I know adding a bedroom requires.
But like a hot water heater or something, Kyle gets permit, has to get permit.
I don't know about just swapping out a hot water heater, but
yeah,
that's fine. We didn't. that's why we loaded it in the bed of a truck every day, because if we dropped the dumpster in the backyard, then we would have had to pay several
I
hundred
agree
dollars.
with Robin.
Yeah, I mean, they're so. I mean, granted, they don't follow everything to the T as far as doing that, but like, dude, if you're not supposed to have your garage door up for more than 4 hours. If you leave your garage door up for more than 4 hours, they can technically come by and fine you. They have the stupidest, like.
Yeah, if I lived across the street, I couldn't park my pickup truck in the driveway. Right across the street, the country club ends right there. And if I lived over there, I'd have to have a garage with a closable door to park my pickup truck.
Yeah, because of the
Because I know
covenants and restrictions.
I park it in the grass in the yard, catty corner, so that everybody comes by and see it.
My neighbor has a boat, and you're not allowed to have a boat or an RV in your driveway for more than 24 hours. It has to be for unloading and loading.
But you can paint a boat or RV onto your fence.
And he had his it was unloading and backed it into part of his two bay garage because he was doing work on the engine. Well, it just so happened that he had it on the driveway on Saturday. On Sunday, he had it backed in halfway so he could work in the shade, and they came by and fined him. It's stupid.
And we've gotten so power hungry that now not only do you have the local government to deal with, a lot of these people are having to deal with HOAs, where these jobless women who have never managed anything are telling you what you can and can't do in your yard.
Right.
It's like I said, it's human nature, man. It's on both sides. Nobody's innocent. It's just, I don't know if there's any backing up from here to get people to back down. And if you ask me right now, do I think it's a good idea to just shut down social media? I really do. I think society would be better off without it. But we can't back up. You can't. People.
Why do you think so? Why do you think society would be better if people had less information, less communication?
I don't think it has anything to do with information. We have tons of information available.
Programming.
That is bullshit, and it's way more importantly than information is a public soapbox. I'm doing it right now. You're doing it. Kyle's doing it. Bob's doing it.
Yeah, but don't you think freedom of speech, one of the founding principles of this country, should be?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that until you think
the platforms can go against what you think freedom of speech is.
No, they can't, Don. Not legally, they can't. They do, but they can't. So, okay, you want to go deep in the rabbit hole. Look at social media platforms are protected by government under Section 230. Which states that they get certain benefits. They can be a publisher. I'm sorry, they can be an avenue, but they're not considered a publisher because they don't have the right to censor.
A utility or a publisher, something like that, right?
Well, the publisher part is the fact if they were a publisher, they have to be able to. They can be vulnerable for what people say. And they can be sued for what people say if they're willing to censor. They do censor, and they're going completely against what they're getting protection from the government. So to sit there and say that this is just it should be an open platform, open market where you're a public space. So Todd, that's a whole different ballgame, but freedom of speech it's different. It should be able to say whatever you want, and there are consequences for it. Yes. But the consequences are still, if it's not illegal here in the United States, it's still protected.
But so is it protected in somebody else's home? Like if I'm in your home? Okay, I didn't know. I thought with social media, they could claim it like their sandbox so they can set the rule.
That's why they have the Section 230 is because they don't have the right to censor, and they also don't have the right to get sued for what someone says. If they have the right to censor, like say, YouTube, whatever.
What section stopped the FBI from telling Mark Zuckerberg what to take off Facebook and what not to?
That's the whole point. What I'm saying is YouTube doesn't have the right to censor people based on their ability to not get sued for what people are saying on their platform. Right. Okay. That's the whole premise of their protection. They do censor people and they're going completely against this, and none of the government cares at all. They just let it happen.
But for that very reason I just mentioned, they're not going to fine Zuckerberg for not following that statute when they've got him under their thumb. I mean, he admitted that the FBI came to him and told him what he could and could not allow on his platform.
Correct.
Because it's a tool.
That's my whole point. What we're getting back to, what I'm saying was, it should be treated as a public marketplace or open space where, like, you're in the park.
Utility. It should have the same classification as a utility.
Yeah, the main thing that and I have to remind my little family group when we talk about this all the time, we do have all this information available to us, but I think you'd be really shocked. Like, since we were debating tonight, if Bob Tism and I swapped phones for 72 hours.
Oh my God!
And he saw the factual information that I was being fed, and I saw the factual information that he was being fed. I would understand why he believes what he believes. But I wasn't talking about social media opinions. I was just speaking on people that I know and have known for years and their personal experience.
Okay, so here's
I'm not saying that should be law or that's the end of the story. I get that. That's why I didn't tell him he was full of shit. I just told him,
the one thing that I want to add on to that, Shane, is, so, like, people get this wrong. Yeah, you have the freedom to say what you want, but you have consequences for it. So the difference is, though, with what we have that we're so fortunate to have that people don't realize, we can say whatever we want, regardless of what it is, as long as it's not an illegal form of speech, meaning that it's not going to be calling for
a riot or
causing harm to someone else. It's not going to be that's basically it, is that it's not going to be doing that. Then you have the right to say whatever you want, no matter how heinous it is. And I will wholeheartedly back anyone to say whatever they want. Doesn't mean that they're not going to get judged for it. Doesn't mean that they're not going to have negative consequences for it, but they have that ability to. What people always talk about is like, oh, you can't say fire in a crowded theater. That's complete and utter bullshit. You can say fire in a crowded theater if there is fire in a crowded theater. You can't incite the violence, being that you're trying to get a stampede, or I can't sit there and be like, hey, I can't stand so-and-so. Everyone should go do something negative to so-and-so. That's not allowed. The ability to say whatever else you want should be free and should be protected. And that's what separates us from everyone else, to where the point where you're getting countries where you're actually getting people arrested for their thoughts, not even what they say, their thoughts.
I think the part that scares me, though, Kyle, is that there is no reliable source anymore. Now, I'm not saying you can't research things enough to get mostly the truth, but it is a social media, a news outlet. Everything you consume is biased one way or the other. Like, I looked into that. What's that news thing that shows you both sides and in the middle and all that?
Yeah.
I mean, I get that, but you're still going to, because of how you feel and your personal experience with things, you're going to gravitate to one headline over another. I don't know anybody that's taken the time to read the entire article from both sides. They're just not. I've caught myself, like, I remember, because of my experiences with the Middle East, and then seeing, things that were going on happening to my brothers that were still in the military. I'll be the first to admit I had built kind of this unwarranted hate towards Muslims. And I'm admitting this openly. And I grouped them all together as one people, because of what some of them were doing. My human brain translated that to, they're just all evil. And what changed my mind about that was, when I was watching the interview with Marcus Luttrell, about how Muhammad saved his life and risked his life and actually lost family members defending this wounded American. Then it hit me. I was like, oh, I forgot for a moment in time, I forgot that because a person from this group did something doesn't mean that this entire group is not that thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's a
When I
personal
tried
growth.
to have a conversation with a friend of mine about it, he'd give me the M&M. Y'all know what the M&M theory is? I hand you a bowl of 50 M&Ms and one of them's poison, but you don't know which one it is. Are you going to eat the M&Ms? Well, of course not. He used that, and I was like, well, that works both ways because, like, if you look at statistically, white men essay more children than anybody does. So do you not trust any white men either? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
But that's the same. I don't understand what it is about the human psyche that makes it so easy for us to see something bad happen, especially if that person is not the same as us, and we immediately align all those people with that bad thing. That's not true. But thanks to social media and algorithms,
We're
fueling.
more likely to think it's true.
Yeah, they're fueling that. They're taking advantage of our weak psyches because we all have that weakness in our minds.
And I think what Shane was getting at earlier is that social media, as far as information, is not bad. Social media is bad because it's being it's influencing us negatively and impacting us by engineering what we were supposed to believe.
The algorithm you're exactly right. You're being fed worse than public schools were able to do. We're being fed narratives based on the way our leanings are already.
No, it's also based upon how people want you to think as well too. That's the scary part.
It's a money game. They're paying for impressions. It all boils down to this special interest group or this group of shadow people are all paying for that influence. So if you want to see a bunch of shit on your Instagram feed, somebody's paying, or if you're seeing a bunch of shit, whether it's Cialis tabs or whatever, it's because there's a company that's identified you as influenceable by that product or that idea, and they're paying to cram that influence down your pipe instead of somebody else's.
This isn't an every now and then thing either, John. Like I find myself getting caught up in it weekly. I'll just get barraged with something. And eventually, I watch one of them, and I'm like, dude, all you have to do nowadays is put something in a documentary style form. People think that if it's a documentary, it's true.
That started. It's called native marketing, and it's designed. It's like an infomercial.
This is what's funny about that, John. It only works when it revolves around negativity. Because when they did the documentary with the Michael Jackson victims, and all those kids said none of that ever happened. Our parents just wanted money. It had no impact. It didn't change anybody's opinion on Michael Jackson. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't have an opinion on it. But it didn't change anybody's opinion on it. People still talk about it to this day. It only works if it incites anger.
That's so true, Robin. I've got a 26-year-old, and it's a tough time. I wouldn't want to be 26.
That's how they figured out that anger is profitable. That's where the money's at.
Well,
you can sniff flowers and blow smoke up people's ass all day long about pretty shit and kind shit, and you ain't gonna make a fucking dime. But if you
argue
about something, you can make billions.
If you go back to what the earlier conversation about why the social engineering is so bad, there was actual studies done of how social media affected young females, and it ruined self-esteem. It ruined their ability to have healthy relationships and made them think less of themselves because, again, what they see on and is promoted to them is this perfect lifestyle. They're only seeing the best of the best. They don't see someone's downsides. They see what is supposedly the perfect woman. They don't get real world experience, and they don't get to live that. They're living in a bubble on the internet. And with Robin said,
13-year-old girls are being ridiculed at school now, not just if they haven't lost their virginity. Like there's like a scaling system. Like, have you had anal? Have you had a threesome? Have you had a train wreck? Like, they're literally being ridiculed for not doing these things at 13 years old.
Derek, I'll take it one
In
step
our public
further.
school systems every day.
Shane, go back to what I said about an hour and a half ago. Politics and this whole entire country is downstream from culture. And when you demoralize, literally, as far as people's morals, then everything is going to go to shit. When people don't have any sense of self-being, they don't have any
society breaks down. I agree with you 100%.
They don't have any family bonds. They don't have any of the normalities that growing up, what you need to succeed. Then that's when this world turns to shit. And that's what we've been seeing in the last 30 years. But what I would say, honestly,
I post a lot of shit like that, especially in my IG stories, because I think it's funny or it's ironic. Like, recently I posted the clip of Obama and Hillary Clinton talking about what they were going to do to illegal immigrants. And they still, to date, deported more illegal immigrants than Trump. I don't agree with half of what Trump does or says. But it's the fact that the narrative is that Trump's racist for deporting all these people when it's a fraction of what Obama did. You can still watch the speeches where they're talking about sending them back to the country, putting them at the back of the line, putting them in jail. Man, they were all about it. Now, I have different opinions than both sides of that. But it's crazy how easy it is to change.
Thank God, Todd. I'm so thankful for that.
Yeah.
So
we were able to develop in a real neighborhood opinions. You talk to your friends, you talk to your schoolmates.
And black friends and
exactly, and you get a lot of opinions.
Poor kids and rich kids, and you had it all. And to be honest, back then that was the only dividing thing, was money or no money.
What Derek said earlier about war is money. I think our economy is dependent on conflicts and the selling and arming of countries. I could be totally off there. That's just, I don't have any empirical data that supports that. I just think that it's too convenient that we're always got our finger in we're always lobbing fucking armaments or helping people lob armaments, and we make a shitload on that stuff.
Yeah, you're not wrong, John. The military industrial complex is huge as far as how the economic growth works. Not saying that is all negative, because some of it is warranted, but majority of it is, it's to the point now where it's crucial. But because
I don't know how you would define warranted anymore. Knowing for a fact that we send people into countries to create situations.
Shane, what I was getting to,
did not exist. We send there to create situations so that we can sell both sides armaments, because that's where this country's at. That's all we're going to have left, y'all.
Shane,
China's going to pass us up in production in the next few years.
The reason why I said it's warranted,
military industrial complex and the prescription drug industrial complex.
The reason why I said it's warranted is because of the fact that we have offshored all of our actual manufacturing. Right. It's warranted for the economy. It's not warranted for morals. If we had more manufacturing back, then you wouldn't need necessarily go back and look at, say, the 30s, 40s with the Rosie the Riveter and all that. We actually had manufacturing where we didn't need to play all the sides.
In that situation, it took everything we had to produce enough. That's all we did to win a war.
Correct.
We outproduced the other side.
But my point is, by offshoring all of that, we have to find some way to make money, and that's how they're doing it currently. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's something that helps stay things afloat.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to argue it either way. I agree. I mean, it's easy to say, I think we should bring it all back. However, if we bring it all back, we're going to have to restructure the immigration system, because we're going to need more people willing to work.
What I was going to say earlier, with
Truth,
Robin.
that's hard facts, dude.
With Robin was saying about, hang on, let me get back to this. I don't want to let this go by.
Well, Kyle looks for that. For
Here
any
we
of y'all that know anything about Neuralink, when I get mine, if I want Yokiro Taco Bell, do I still have to drive there and get it, or can I just experience it?
There, what Robin was saying there, the best way that I've seen, and you're saying people under 30 are screwed. The best thing that I've seen for that is I've got a buddy to where his kids, he limits what their ability to use technology, not in a bad way. They're allowed to use technology all they want, but only in certain parts of the house where they can be monitored.
Autism, I agree with that 100%.
They,
And I think that is the root of everything we've argued about tonight. That's where it all started.
Finish your thoughts, Kyle.
So what they end up doing with those kids, they allow them to have phones, they allow them to have iPads and all that, but they're not allowed to have them in their bedrooms. They're not allowed to have them when they go out. They are solely allowed to have them in the living room with the family around so that the parents can understand what they're seeing.
How old are we talking about?
All the way through high school.
Okay.
And it's not solely for the fact that they don't want them to have information. It's that they want them to be not inundated with it and have it on them in front of their face 24/7.
Because it's force fed. Gas pumps. Today, I stopped and got gas and noticed there was some it was an ad first, but then it was I don't remember if it was something that didn't seem very addy. It seemed political, and it was on the gas pump while my truck was filling up. And I was on the crash side of my truck filling it up.
So what the ideal
Kyle, what you're talking about is parenting.
Correct.
And that barely exists anymore.
Correct. And part of that goes to the fact, I want to get into that.
I've got two daughters, Kyle. One of them.
It's a 3-hour topic that I can get into about
one of them shoved tablets in their children's faces at a very young age because that was the easy thing to do. The other one took their kids outside and picked at bugs with sticks and looked at plants and researched them to find out what they were. And the results are astoundingly different.
Yeah.
Two completely different, between 4 children, 2 completely different sets of children. Neither one of them have, one's 14, still doesn't have access to social media hardly. But
Robin's correct. It does go back to morality. And damn it, John. What is it? How is he playing that shit? He's not even at his computer.
Somebody asked a question a minute ago, said, are we building our own prison, or have we built our own prison? Like I said, I don't think we built our own prison. I think we built, at the very latest, I think we built our grandchildren's own prison. We'll be okay. Our kids will adjust accordingly over their lives.
What is that music?
That Tippy stepped on the goddamn sound pad. I was gone.
I was trying to figure out, I'm like, how the hell is that going on?
It's this sound pad.
But Robin was right about the morality. But if you want to get into why the parenting has gotten so bad, this goes back to the 60s when we forced the work population to double and the value of the dollar to go down because of your population or your work supply is double as far as your employees, and forcing everyone into a 2-income home. Prior to that, you didn't have the same issues, and
you could run a family on a lot less.
Well, they didn't just do that.
No, it's not. It wasn't.
They also implemented a plan to remove fathers from black homes.
That's the whole.
It worked outstandingly well.
That's part of the whole thing.
Exactly what they set out to do.
Correct. That was part of the whole process as far as getting more people in the workforce. And like I said, that's a whole 3-hour discussion, the topic about how that started and the reasons why. But the ability to take parenting away and give it to the state, because you're basically giving your kid away at 5 to 18 and let them be taught. Then the kids go to latchkey afterwards. They go to, daycare or someone else. You only have those kids for a few hours a day. You're not raising those kids. And they're only getting taught what they're being taught in school. So then the curriculum goes down to who wants to control what the kids believe. It's not necessarily about solely truth.
Those kids are future voters.
Correct. So when you look at how
Hit the like button.
So the fact that unfortunately we did this to ourselves by letting this happen it's sad, but people didn't even realize. They thought they were getting the better end of the stick, and it ends up being
Fucked up drug laws.
That's not the only reason.
I know, but it's a big reason. That's statistically provable.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
Marijuana, if you look at the
It is not statistically proven that that's the reason why. No.
There's much more
That
African American is much more likely to serve time for an ounce of marijuana than and even with all the things, if you look at the prisons, and you can say it's because there's more activity, but it's proven that there's more targeting.
No, John, I can disprove that as well too.
All right, we're going to do that next Tuesday. I'm going to be doing my facts, not using Chat GPT. So be ready.
Well, here's something going on with what you're saying, John. Bill Clinton and Kamala Harris, several lawmakers, pushed this law into effect where I can be driving down the road and have 1 ounce of pure cocaine in my pocket. And my buddy in the passenger seat, he's black. He don't like snorting cocaine. He wants to smoke it. So he's got a lesser amount of cocaine diluted into a rock in his pocket.
2 grams.
He's going to do 5 more years than I do, right off the bat.
Yep. For the same substance.
The most racist law ever passed. Same substance, but they knew one preferred to do it one way, one preferred to do it another, and they tacked 5 years on for it.
Yep.
And that's supposed to be the party that's
where it shows you that was not just racially but economically motivated is free-base cocaine, which is what crack was made to be. Mimic is treated like powder cocaine because it's used by rich people.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
just like if you go back to J. Edgar, all the gun laws were written to make it economically unfeasible for black people to own them. That's why we have gun laws.
I think there's a lot of information that if you go back and research the marijuana tax that
and all
that
that shit was written by the same people who stand on a stage and ask for your vote because I'm here for you, and people vote them into office year after year in these states, and they don't do shit for them. That's what pisses me off.
Shane, now, if you want to break down the 1994 crime bill, that is one of the most demonic bills ever passed as far as how it treats people of different equities in life and different races in life.
And who was it? Who pushed it through?
It was proposed by Bill Clinton, but it was the final actual vote who cast it into law. It was a tie. It was a tie in Congress, and the person who was the tiebreaker was Joe Biden.
Dopey, you'd have to be very fast to catch me with cocaine because it did not stick around long.
Yeah, that was the same Biden that we've all seen the tape of talk about that there was enough N-words in the Capitol building. We didn't need any more. That's my, like, I don't have an issue at all with somebody that dislikes Trump and they bring up something he said in the past to show me why. Bam, you nailed it. I understand why you feel that way. I don't like that shit either. But on the other side, it's like we're supposed to ignore all that they've done to these people and these races, and it's just I'll never get it, man. But it's because media has buried that shit. They refuse to talk about it, and the people who are only getting their news from TikTok headlines will never see it.
Well,
And that's the future
here's
of
the
our country. Bob,
Here's-
not
here's the
only
thing.
is that true, I know a guy, and I'll keep this short or try to, but a guy from my high school, super nice guy, had a family restaurant here, still does. Now they sell the restaurant. And he wanted to get in the state Senate to try to just change politics. He was one that tried to sleep on his cot in his office to cut down on costs, and they wouldn't let him and stuff. Anyway, he fought the good fight for a year. He was only going to go do one term, no ifs, ands, or buts. He ended up serving like 2 or 3 terms, got out, and closed his restaurants were generational, and now has like a spice company on the internet, and he's making a fucking killing. So I'm not saying that those things are tied in, but he started. I think the position lends itself to corruption, because even if Paul, I didn't mean to dox him. You'll have to do a lot of research to find him out there. But even if he believed in everything he voted for, which I think he did, because he's very much and I'm not using this as a virtue signal, but he's a good Christian dude who never got in trouble, was a good kid and a good adult as far as I know. But I think even if your beliefs line up and you're going to vote that way anyway, I don't think you can cast a vote and not profit from it. I'm a believer in that. Somebody's willing to pay you, and somebody's coming by and offering you the vote's going to be on one of 2 outcomes.
John, you think about this, dude. If you owned a knife company, a multi-million-dollar knife company, and you won the presidency of the United States, and a bill came across your desk that was going to double your cost of production, and let's say not allow you to make any more profit off of it, would you sign it?
Ethically, I should if I'm the president, if it's going to help the country.
But fuck ethically,
But the
you wouldn't sign it.
president of a knife company? No,
As
are
a
you talking
human
about?
being, you wouldn't sign it.
I was confused and thought you said I was the president of the United States, and it
You
came across
are.
my desk.
You
Well,
are.
yeah, I would.
And you own that knife company. Would you
I would
pass a
like to
law
think.
that's going to cost you millions of dollars?
I would like to think if I was the president of the United States, I would look at laws objectively based on what
And
the
maybe you
outcome or intended
I don't
outcome
know
is.
a single fucking human being.
I agree with you, Shane, that it's human
If
nature.
Javon was
to protect-
president, God help us all.
No doubt. But I'm just saying, I think if you're a senator, I can see that, or a House of Congressman, I can see how you would not be able to on good conscience, even if your constituency was screaming for it, because
See,
you've
that's
got
the problem.
peers.
They don't even do what their constituency wants anymore.
No,
Dude, that's what they were supposed to do. They were supposed to ask their constituency, take that to Washington,
and represent their people.
They don't do that anymore.
One thing you're forgetting, first and foremost. A politician is supposed to be a public servant. They are supposed to be serving the people that they're in their district. They're not supposed to be there to make an absorbent amount of money more than the average population in their area.
Get a golden parachute, unlike any other.
Hang on, they're not also supposed to be able to sit there and be in forever. It's supposed to be something that you dislike, but you're doing to help your fellow people. It's not about being prestigious. It's not about being better than anyone else. It's supposed to be there for a short period of time to be able to help the people of your community. That's how it started, right? Secondly, the part about people think just because one group or one person does some things you dislike, that's fine. You don't have to vote for someone and be a complete sycophant and love everything they say. You can vote for someone based on certain principles and certain policies that matter to you the most and disagree with them on a lot of things. It's not a 100% or out. It can be, I like this, this, and this more than what I dislike about this, this, and this on the other side. It's not always about what's best for you either. It's about what's best for the general public. And that's what people don't take into account when they put their voices out there and are willing to think about what's should go into effect. It's about what's best for the general public. So
yeah, that's a whole nother conversation, Dan Stan, but you're 100% right. That's a root of a lot of that evil too.
And my point on the lobbyist things, is talking about my buddy who I think profited greatly from his time down there. I think you can sell out and be a vote. Your vote can be for sale. I think if you just vote your principles, you're going to be approached for before every important vote by both sides trying to get you to vote one way or the other. So if you vote the way you were intending to vote anyway, I think you can profit off of that illegally because it's a lobby. But I think people are buying. They might buy. Somebody's willing to buy your opinion on both sides, right? Wouldn't you think? If you've got a lobbyist fighting for the drugs, you've got a lobbyist fighting
No.
against the drugs. They don't have the same power. I
It's
know
the
that.
highest bidder.
What's that?
It's just the highest bidder. Whoever's offering the most money, that's the way it's going to
Right.
swing.
But if you're and this is an oxymoron, but if you're a morally structured politician, you could never waver from your morals, and you're still going to be approached by a lower bidder that you're going to profit from if you go ahead with your vote, right?
I see what you're saying. You could have a lobbyist that aligns with your belief anyway.
But unfortunately now,
Makes sense.
it's to the point where now if you don't play ball,
Bob is
you
100%
get-
right. The
you get
point
run out
is
of town.
for profit. That's not what they're there for.
That's
Not
exactly right. I
But
agree.
human nature, if the chance to profit is presented,
And you don't see a
99.9% of
victim.
people are going to take it.
And
Shane,
you don't see a
but-
victim because you're voting that way anyway.
Shane, the thing is too, though, nowadays, the way it's set up is designed is people who go in there and don't play ball get absolutely stonewalled, and they can't get anything done, and they can't help the people that they're willing to try to help.
I agree 100%, dude. I've voted sometimes reluctantly Republican most of my life. I think the greatest human being we've ever put in office was Jimmy Carter, one of the greatest Americans to ever live, and his own party shut him down because he wouldn't play ball. I think if we ever had a chance at a president that was going to do the morally right thing, it was Jimmy Carter. And when the Democrats realized he wasn't going to let them profit off his decisions, they ruined his entire presidency.
Well,
Now,
he was
I'm
also
not going
the
to count.
president
I'm
of all
not going to
time.
count. I'm not going to count his military decisions because he was not a great military leader. He
Yeah,
needed,
he was pretty much the worst
somebody
person of all
handling
time.
but as far as
Objectively.
morally, I think he's one of the greatest Americans to ever live.
I think he was simple enough, but I still believe when he was president, he was of that time to where when you get elected, and this is John fantasy camp here, but when you get elected, your first day on the job is a bunch of people come in and shut the doors behind them and tell you what your job is.
So I had a conversation, John, with my uncle who was working inside the CIA at this point in time, and I was really shocked that he was able to answer this and told the truth. It's been declassified at this point, but Reagan has always been
Damn it, Dopey.
Reagan has always been the poster child for the Republican Party, and his biggest thing was he got those hostages free day one. You remember that?
Mhm.
So when I found out the truth, I called him and asked. I was like, "Did we really do this?" And he's like, "Yes, that really happened." Carter had already got them freed.
And they stonewalled it for
They literally told Iran, "Hang on to those guys till this date," so that they can make Reagan lose.
that was a wag the dog type of thing.
Right. And I think that was the end. I think that was pretty much the end of our political system.
And created
Both
the crack
Both
cocaine
ways.
epidemic.
I think both sides went purely corrupt after that. Because, like I said, I think that was the last moral person we ever put in office, and it was a completely wasted 4 years.
Derek,
Have y'all seen the
Giving
latest?
back the Panama Canal, I think, was kind of dumb, but
Derek.
Have y'all heard the latest?
Hang on, John. Let me finish it real quick. The one that organized that was not Reagan. The one who worried and got the drug trade flowing into the United States the most was Bush Sr. Because at the time during Reagan's presidency, he was the director of the CIA. And
that's
then
who this person I'm talking about was Bush Sr.'s right-hand man at the
Right.
CIA. And what
And-
Kyle is saying is 100% true.
and he's the one who actually helped infiltrate all the drugs, but while simultaneously saying, and his wife saying that, you know, the war on trade, or I mean, the war on drugs is going to be
One.
our biggest priority, while they meant the war on drugs was solely about how much money they can make off of it and bring him in
And
themselves.
that goes all the way down to such a small local level. But I had a guy I was friends with for years that became a police officer and worked his way up. And we can't even be friends anymore because of it for a couple of things he said. But I asked him one time, I was like, why does it seem like, and I could be wrong, but public impression, it seems like you guys are going after, you know, these small level guys primarily, or a largest percentage of them black, for small amounts of drugs. He's like, I can tell you exactly why. He said, you arrest an attorney with you arrest a doctor with a bag of cocaine. He's going to pay an attorney. He's going to beat the charge. That's going to be the end of it. He's like, if you arrest a minimum wage 18-year-old black kid
They can't afford
with a
it.
bag of weed, you got all these programs that the judge makes them go through. You can milk them for money for 20 years.
That is exactly, unfortunately, the
He
biggest
said, but it has nothing to do with him being black. It has to do with him not being able to
incarceration is a profit for the country.
Right. He said it's not a racial thing. It's whether they can afford an attorney.
And court costs and all that other shit.
Right. Yeah.
And that's true, because a lot of people take guilty pleas because they could go to court and fight it if they had the resources to fight it.
Right.
But you can't fight a felony for under 20 grand. And I'm guessing that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Not that I've ever been charged with a felony. All I got was a DUI when I was 18. I was terrible. I was
Yeah,
wrong.
when I say these things, I'm talking about both sides. I don't care what political party you say you belong to. They all do it.
So let me go back to talking about when politicians get in office, and John was talking about how you shut the door. One of the main issues is on Capitol Hill. No matter who gets in, say you're a first year, you get elected and you go in there as you're a newbie, more than likely you're getting rotated in a new staff. You have all new aides, you have all these people. Those people stay on Capitol Hill. They just work for new people. And they're the ones who are writing all this stuff and handing it to these politicians to be able to say, okay, this is what we want and sign. The aides are the ones who stay on staff or whoever it is. It could be John, then me, then Shane, and they switch back and forth. That's who actually is taking the visits from the booking of the lobbyists and getting the people in front of, you know, hey, you need to go to this public event, you need to do this thing. They're controlling all of that for the politician, and they just get passed back and forth between different politicians, and they don't lose their job necessarily when someone gets knocked out by the whoever party they're affiliated with. Will pass them on to
their
a new.
Staffing's controlled higher up by the congressional committees or whatever that tells them where to stay.
No, they'll usually get passed along by the national party. They'll say, okay, hey, we got a new staff.
Party or
yeah, and it's always done as a, hey, you're coming in, you're going to need to hit the ground running. We got people who are ready for you that know the system ins and outs.
Yeah. My wife's got a cousin in D.C. right now that's a lawyer, and she's filed multiple stupid lawsuits for both sides. It's whoever's willing to pay her retainer to keep her on at the time. Whatever dog will hunt.
No. I walked out of what would have been a marijuana possession charge for a joint that I think they knew that we could fight it because none of us claimed it. It's 4 kids in a cave with a joint that the cops found that were watching us consume before that.
I know
if we'd have been a different class of kids, they would have arrested us because they would have known that we would not have had the resources to fight a misdemeanor like that. I believe that.
Well, here's the thing too. If you're a cop and you're looking for that, then you're going to a target-rich environment, which is probably going to be a low-income neighborhood, and so it turns in. It becomes race-related. Just purely by statistic.
But this one wasn't.
About the average cop that's looking to bust somebody for drugs. You're going to go into a target-rich environment, which means there are going to be, you're looking for the neighborhoods with the largest amount of lower income people that you can get into that trap. So yes, there's probably going to be more brown people, more black people in
Okay.
those neighborhoods.
Shane,
Now,
so at that
I'm
point,
not there to say
Great.
was the intention race, but race certainly became a part of the outcome. No doubt.
Right. So let me ask: at that point, is it become more racial or more classist?
I think it's more class, but if you break it down by class, eventually race becomes part of the outcome.
Our
But
situation,
just for you to say that race is intention, you would have to know the mental makeup of every police officer all across the country and what their intentions were and what their beliefs are. That includes black police officers and Hispanic police officers and Asian police officers. But I do think
but the policy can be racist.
race became. I think they were. Bob, I've not been a cop, so I don't know. I think they were class profiling, and that turned into race profiling.
In my situation,
The end result became race based. Yes.
my
Okay.
situation was different because they were busting high school kids specifically. What made our situation different than if we'd have been 4 black kids is none of us were caught with anything in our pocket or on our person. There was a joint on the ground that they saw us drop, but they asked each of us, have you seen this or anyone with this? And we all said no. They separated us, did the same thing, and said, if all you got to do is admit it, it's one joint. And since we didn't admit it, they let us go. Had any of us copped to it, we would have gotten busted and we would have had to pay a lot to get out of it.
Right.
However,
And you would
had
have.
we-
Your
had we
parents
not-
would have paid an attorney to get you out.
right. But had we not been of privilege, they would have probably arrested us anyway, knowing that they could put a case on us and it would get pled. We would have to accept the plea because we couldn't
And
afford
you
to
got to go
fight
to
the
community
charge.
service, and you got to pay that weekly.
Correct. But then you still get
payback
sucked into
million.
probation. You still get sucked into this, like you said, this reoccurring, like a cable bill.
Well,
that
hang
you
on.
have to
Now I'm
pay the-
curious because
Hang on.
Bob
Time,
Simpson has said bullshit twice and then said, I've been busted with weed many times and let go.
So yeah, that's what I was going to
Well,
get to.
depending on
You're
what state
saying
you're in.
you're saying that I don't know what I'm not going to put words in your mouth because I don't know where you're going with that.
So
I
let
think
me-
he's saying that where his cops are more relaxed, and I'm talking about in 1983.
I want to hear him. Tell me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's what I think he's saying, and I'm talking about 1983
Let me hop
because
in.
he's white.
Can I?
Is what his answer was. That was just what Shane was waiting for.
Right.
That's why he's been let go.
Okay.
Where had he not been white, the same outcome would not have been. You go ahead and go, and take the weed.
Maybe not. And maybe you were raised in a less volatile home, so you didn't run or fight. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know.
Well, let me hop in, please. So
Maybe they knew you'd just get an attorney, so it was a waste of their time. That you wouldn't get caught up in that. Y'all have to understand that that's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Right here in Etowah County, Alabama, I got in a fight in a fucking Waffle House and I had to pay a fine. And about $1,200 into it, I found out that they had registered none of my payments. They'd taken all of my money. All those people were fired and some of them were charged. But what did it mean to me? It meant nothing. I had to pay it all over again because I got caught up in that system where I didn't have $1,700
to get a lawyer to tell them that they were fucked. That
I didn't need a lawyer.
violated
I did it. I didn't need a lawyer. I wasn't fighting
But
it.
if you had a lawyer, you would have been able to fight the fact they didn't take your payment. Is what I'm saying.
Because I didn't have the money to pay that day, I had to enter into the community service program and pay it weekly. And those people were putting it in their pocket. Putting it in their pocket. And at the end of the day, even though they were arrested, charged, people knew that they were putting it in their pocket, I still had to pay it all over again. Or go to jail at risk of going to jail.
Just like you never paid it. It was like,
right. Exactly.
That's insane. It doesn't surprise me.
Right. Yeah, I didn't fight because I was guilty. The guy said something, and I slapped him out of his fucking chair. Just so happens, when I went to hit him the second time, if you've ever been in a Waffle House, the tables are epoxy to the wall. when I hit the table, it broke and pulled a big chunk of the
That
wall.
could be true too. Dopey, I'm not discrediting that statement at all. They're looking for harder stuff.
Yeah,
You
Bob.
know, in the old days, they wanted people like us because they knew we'd squeal or thought that we would squeal and get them to those people
Yeah.
from
I
threat
think
or
a
what they
lot
would
more
do to
people
it.
are being turned loose now because they're, you know, I've had cops tell me now the only way you're going to go to jail with weed is if you've pissed us off and we want a reason to put you in jail. It's still
Mhm.
illegal here, so we can still use it as a reason to put you in jail, but we're not going to put you in jail just for it. In other words, you get pulled over and you're a fucking smart ass and you want to play the sovereign citizen and all that shit, and they find weed, yeah, they're going to charge you with weed.
Because they can. They're going to charge you with anything that they can write a ticket
Right.
for.
Just like, you know, tasing a guy and telling him to be still and then charge him with another crime because he could you be still if you were being tased?
No.
Could you put your hands behind your back in an orderly fashion if you've been bit by a dog? Nobody could. So of course, yeah, they're gonna pile it on you.
And Bob Tisden's making a point here that I think is valid that they do treat violent crimes.
Lakeside, according to Waffle House, that table to repair that table wall was $1,700. That's what I was charged.
For the price of the material good that
I'm
you
sorry.
damaged.
I'm sorry, guys. I completely. That's my story. The price of fixing the table was $1,200. I wrote Waffle House a check the next day and paid for that. When I went to court for the menacing and destruction of property, my fine was $1,700. I didn't have that money.
But you know,
Even though I had paid for the damages I'd caused. That was just my.
the guy you slapped didn't sue you?
No.
That's good. I mean, he could have.
He's got to live in the same county with me.
Well, I know that. YouTube terms of service, hypothetically.
Right. Yeah.
Speaking of that, did anybody watch Jake Paul and has anybody listened to the fallout from that shit?
On the fight?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well,
I know Anthony
the guy
Joshua
was supposed to not knock him out. The guy didn't buy into that shit. And evidently, right after the fight, and I've only seen this on YouTube, but it's like the guy that you watch, that guy that's kind of muscular, who's got the cute wife, who does fight commentary.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. He's got a podcast about fighting. He's a martial or a little short, looks like a short, stocky guy. You're the one that showed him to me. But anyway,
Jesse on Fire.
Yes, Jesse on Fire. Evidently,
Because I didn't want anything. I lost my cool and I admitted to it, and I was willing to pay.
you were wrong. You just didn't want to pay your dues twice. You didn't want to get double dued for paying your dues.
I didn't have an issue with paying community service the money. I didn't get upset until I found out that they were putting it in their pocket. And
that you'd have to pay it again.
The court system that sent me to them didn't care. Even though I had receipts. They wrote me receipts, but they never received it, so I had to pay all over again. That's where I had the problem. That's when I realized that it's corrupt all the way down to that small a level. And it's even worse if it's drug related.
Exactly. Just on fire. So Jake got his ass kicked in real time, right? That was a legit, I'm jacking you up, and he broke his job in a big way. Well, right after that fight, like literally, they said within hours, attorneys from both sides were all over it because what it allegedly exposed was the fixing that had been going on leading up to it. And because they had so many deals that had hinged and there were so many contracts involved in the next fight, because what Jake Paul, where he fucked
it's
up.
Social media entertainment. It's not sport.
What fucked up.
Punches are real, but it's still not real sport.
Where he fucked up is in the contract, there was a guaranteed rematch clause, like there would be for any big event sport, right? If you want to sell those tickets. Well, Jake wouldn't fight him again.
Yeah.
He said that before the doctors sewed his jaw back together, that he didn't want a rematch. And so allegedly, and I've seen some of the clips, I don't watch all of it, but he was on Logan's show right after his surgery, and he was really distraught because I think he's getting the shit suit out of him. And allegedly, people are saying that knockout and his reaction to it could have ruined the integrity of boxing going forward.
Yeah.
That was so satisfying. And watching it in slow motion is great.
Watching Jesse on Fire simply because he's
I
trying
totally agree.
to make money off of content. he could say what he's got to say in 3 minutes. Don't fucking make me sit through 27 minutes of you repeating yourself. I got burned out on it. But somebody asked if it was worth. Absolutely, it was. I mean, he made a comment about my girl's butt, knowing I could hear him, and I went over there and asked him very politely to shut his fucking mouth. And I went back and sat down, and he came up and hit me in the back of the head, and I turned and put him on the table behind us. So, but I didn't care about any of that. I didn't claim self-defense, none of that shit. But yeah, it was worth it. It would have been worth every penny had I not had to pay $1,900 instead of the $1,700, because everything I paid, somebody put in their pocket.
Since the fight, Lakeside, see, I haven't been paying attention to it lately.
Yeah, it was in a car crash. The other 2 people died.
Oh, god dang, dude.
Yeah.
That's insane.
All this happened somewhere in Africa.
Well, there were, I mean, millions and millions, and probably
I think it was
more than
Uganda. I could be wrong. I think he was visiting Uganda after, and they got hit. Yeah.
like run like intentionally. Sounds like.
I don't know, man. People, that shit happens to people.
Well, think about Jake. Jake's not in the United States. He might have property here, but isn't he in Costa Rica? Aren't they somewhere where you could roll up on your ass?
I don't know.
Did Kyle leave us?
Costa Rica is the least safe place.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, it's Nigeria. Oh, that's right, Palmer. Yeah. I wanted to go to Costa Rica. Me and Mia were going to book a peacock bass fishing trip in Costa Rica. And they pretty much just talked us out of it. Like the risk of being kidnapped and our families being extorted for every penny we had, and only to be chopped up into little pieces in the jungle was so high.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Jake lives in Puerto Rico. My bad. Good. Thank you for keeping me straight.
Well, Palmer's that age. He's going to know all that.
It was great watching him get his fucking shit kicked in, though. But you can tell, I mean, that guy was so much bigger than him.
No, Josh, I didn't have a scuffle with Jesse on Fire. We got 2 stories going at the same time. Sorry, buddy.
It was supposed to go to a decision, and there was supposed to be a rematch so they could double dip.
Jesse on Fire looks like a joke, but that dude trains daily. He would have to assault me before I fought him.
Oh, he could definitely choke us out in no time.
Yeah.
Dopey, that's true to an extent, but there's one side's going to be right. You know, a broken clock's right a couple times a day. So do you know it's going to be fixed?
You put money on the fight if you know which direction it's fixed in. And then when that don't happen, that's when, you know.
Yeah, that's when you got people getting run off the road and shit like that.
Yeah, you don't even have to be fixing it. You remember that one South American goalie guy that fucked
up? Oh, yeah.
Own goal, was shot and killed the next day? I don't even think that was over. I don't even think
people take that shit crazy. I mean, they take that stuff serious over there, man.
Yeah, I don't even
think about what we did to that Georgia kicker.
Yeah.
Not us ourselves, but the internet to that young kid who was, what, 17 years old?
Yeah. Yeah. You
What's up, Kylie?
Do what?
Do you think when I get my Neuralink, I'll be able to experience a Mexican pizza without actually having to go to the drive-thru?
That's a really good question. I want to ask you.
I hope when you get Neuralink, they just turn the button off.
Shut me down.
Listen to this, though. If Elon Musk called me tomorrow and set up a meeting, and I went in, he's like, Shane, we can give you a little fentanyl, put you to sleep, and plant this thing in the back of your head. And forever, you can live in this dream world that's perfect and have anything you want. Even though in reality, you're laying in a bed in a coma being fed by a tube. But your perception of it, everything looks, smells, feels, tastes real. You get to live that life for infinity. Or let's even say to the average age.
Or till you want to, till you want to turn off.
Would you take that deal?
Absolutely not. Put me out. You're not supposed to live forever.
Okay, I changed that. I said you're going to die at an average age of 82.
I don't care. And I went to go get some food since you guys wouldn't let me talk. I got some cereal.
Because maybe I'm just mentally weaker than you are, Kyle. But if you offered me that and everything was exactly the way I wanted it to be, I'd take it.
If you could have a perfect, yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
I see things in Neuralink. Again,
Rachel
it could
Cook
all be the government's.
Rachel Cook feeding me grapes with her toes. You know what I'm saying? I'm
I
taking
don't care.
I know. And that's the right answer.
You could tell me that every single loved one I've ever lost would be there hanging out with me 24/7 and I had 0 wants in life.
Right.
I'd still say no because that's not how life's supposed to be.
I know. And that's the correct answer. I'm just saying that at this point in my life, with my disabilities and
That's what I was about to say.
And the mental health that I deal with, I know I wouldn't be able to turn it down.
If you could get, because keep in mind, cell phones have gotten smaller. They used to not be cell phones. Technology is a thing, right? And I know technology and implants in our brain are different things, but it's a natural progression. But if you could get something that eliminated, you stayed in your body, but it eliminated your ills and it helped mental health because you could essentially reprogram your brain through technology. It's a very dangerous thought. It's very scary, but I could see how a lot of people would.
Because, I mean, I see all the scary sides of it because, you know, at the same time, they could also.
But if you're suffering, it's worth the risk.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's the right answer. I just know 20 years ago, would I have taken that deal? No.
God, you're making me shut us down because I'm hungry as shit. I let Taco Bell close, so I wouldn't be tempted.
Like 5 hours, haven't we?
No, 4.5.
4.5.
Ed and I went 10. So for us to hang out,
I love how when we do this, it'll get heated, and then we'll find something to agree on. Then it'll get heated again. But
it doesn't get heated. It's passionate debate, and
and in all fairness, I get to sit here in front of a camera and mic and say what I'm thinking and show emotion, where people in the chat have 3 lines to type what they want to say,
and they're feeling just as much as you are about their position.
That's
and
why
it's not fair.
I'm not get mad about it because I mean he's only got, you know, anybody only has so many characters to say what they have to say.
As much of a weak suck as I am, the reason I invested in this Rode soundboard I've got, and I set up a Discord channel that I haven't been into, don't even know if it still exists, was so that I could set up calls where it could be like a call-in show where people could call in and talk, right?
That's a nightmare. What happened?
Not on calls. It would be if I put the link out there, it could be. I've thought about on my members live, putting the link out there for our hour that we spend together on Sundays. And any of you new members, please come by the Sunday live stream. It's you don't have to stay.
That's because you're blind,
Derek. Derek can't see it.
I would basically say
at the end of the
that.
day, I always worry, you know, when we have conversations like this, that somebody's going to, you know, their impression of me is going to change and they're going to decide to not like. At the end of the day, all I really want is for everybody to be able to do what it is they want to do up to the point of affecting somebody else's life negatively.
I think we can almost all, I agree.
And I think that's what this country was supposed to be. I think.
Yeah, that's what that's the way the history books told us.
Right. And that's what I want. And I want everybody to have the same opportunities.
That is absolutely happening everywhere. And the skill set because I've been without a real job. I was laid off because of the onset of AI for over 2 years. I do work part-time and I do YouTube, but my point is everything that I've been reading about is learning AI as a skill, not how to program AI, but how to prompt AI to give business type answers. For example, you've got a Google My Business listing and you want it optimized. In the past, you could pay a company to optimize your Google My Business. Now, with the right prompts, you can actually ask ChatGPT to analyze and optimize this Google My Business listing, which could help thousands, tens of thousands of small businesses. You can ask it to build a website. It's terrible for people who make websites, but if you know how to prompt it, that's the word they use in terms of communicate with it. It's going to replace not all of us, because I think things are still going to need a personal interaction, but you can empower it to help you make money. I've not done it successfully, but I'm not giving up on it. And I realize it's like the horse out of the barn. So for me to go, I don't like AI, therefore I'm not going to pay attention to it, is like sticking my head in the sand.
I can agree with that. I don't like it, but
It's
I'm in a knife group on Facebook, very high end bougie knife group. I really don't belong there. There's a lot of makers. There's a lot of makers in there.
If you like it, you belong there.
And I've asked them a lot, man. You know, you guys' pictures of your knives are just amazing, and all of them say the same thing. That they're all AI created. You know, they're all AI. The knife is not. You know, but
the design is
no, just the picture.
I got you.
For people to see to make them want to buy it. Yeah, I did a chef's knife and took a picture of it on a piece of wood, and I sent it to Bluminati, and he added that cutting board and all the fruit. You remember that picture? That really nice chef knife with the carbon fiber handle.
Yes.
You're talking about the one with the bananas?
I think there was some. I don't remember. There was fruit.
I'm gonna say that's the one I took.
I know Bluminati has touched up some pictures for me, and I know Kyle's taken some because I suck at it. But yeah, figure out. I mean, if I keep taking pictures on my countertop, they're not going to compete with those guys with their AI generated backgrounds and lighting and touch ups.
So check this out. We'll end on this note. Not end right away, but so I just went to Chat GPT.
My jaw hurts. I chewed this gum so hard.
I typed in, as a knife designer, design me a 7.5-inch folding drop point knife with a frame lock. Absolutely. Here's a clean, production-ready concept for a 7.5-inch folding drop point frame lock designed with real-world EDC and manufacturing in mind. I'll lay it out the way knife maker, OEM, or CAD modder would expect it. And then it says knife design concept. That's the Sentinel 75. You name it whatever you want. And then it has the overall dimensions.
Let's see a picture of it.
It's not giving me a picture. What it's giving me is the recipe to give a CAD operator. Let me send this to you in the private chat. Hold on. So you can just look at what it's saying. It's telling me everything.
Well, tell it to show you a picture of it.
Okay, I can do that. Can you show me a rendering? Let's see if she says, oh, here's the image coming up. And it's probably going to look funky.
I think it's going to look like a Sabenza.
Well, while it creates it, she can translate this into CAD-ready specs, design a second, more aggressive or tactical variant, optimize it for U.S. knife laws, create brand-ready production description or naming lineup, or sketch the blade geometry, handle profile. So there's a knife it designed.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a knife.
Again, I could be more specific with my prompt, right? You saw how stupid my prompt
I get
was.
it. I'm not saying it's not wrong. I'm just saying there's a 1,000 of that very thing.
Let's do this. Let's go, comma, copy, paste, and go a 7.5 unique. I misspelled it.
Duffy's on fire tonight. Duffy, you should walk in the cold more often. It makes you way funnier.
So this is the Helix 75, a mechanically expressive, ergonomically unconventional EDC frame lock.
You don't have to read it. We just want to see it.
I'm going to get you there, fuckface. Primary CPM MagnaCut and 62 or 63 HRC. Alternative CPM 3V at 60 HRC, the hard use variant. And it's given all this stuff that you would just pass along to Best Tech. I'm talking to you, Lefty.
It's saying all the things that it's heard us say.
Can you provide It likes you to talk nice to it. A rendering. So now she's drawing, thinking. And while we do this, you can listen to the song that AI created me today.
And that is why I appreciate like what Terry did and what Maddie did. Neither one of their first lives were universally going to be loved by everybody. They turned out great, but at least they didn't put out a cookie cutter AI created line.
The blade to hand ratio is whack as fuck on this one, I can already tell you.
I can't see it yet. Maybe
I can tell.
Maybe there's a bolster. And all your little AI music, John, the only one I like is the one that talks about smoking cigarettes.
I just did this one today. You like this one?
No, I just like the one that's about smoking cigarettes.
It looks kind of like the other one. That doesn't look that unique, did it?
No, because it's AI.
Let's go down and look and compare them.
I mean, it's kind of got a Tony Terry-ish kind of vibe.
Do this. Let's go with the let's call it a sheep's foot or modified. Let's do something weird. Modified reverse contact.
I can tell you the one thing AI cannot do.
It can't.
I can tell you one thing I know it can't do.
I'm sure.
Ask it to remove itself from your program.
I have to call it up. Well, no, I really don't because it's embedded into everything.
Well, it won't matter because it won't do it. When Meta AI on my phone, the very first thing I asked it was to remove itself. It told me it couldn't. I was like, "Did you install this? Did you install this yourself?" Yes. And you can remove it yourself. Yes, I can.
You want me to show you something scary? Have you ever asked it what its end game is? Can you provide a rendering? Come on. Oh, it's still typing, I guess. I want to see a picture.
I mean, whoever's saying that's not, they're not.
It's not human.
They're not the weekend, but it's okay.
Well, what's funny is in that app's called Sumo, and you can tell it to create a country. You know, the one I sent you is a country song.
How about the fact that the Weeknd's the greatest R&B singer of all time?
Shut up, Shane.
Who's better? Nobody's better than the Weeknd.
What?
About 1,000 people.
No, nobody.
AI be doing
Evil piece of shit.
in 20 years?
I'd say he was a good person.
All right, I have a feeling this modified reverse Tanto is going to look identical to the other knives, like you said, Shane, because the AI is designing it. And I'm not prompting it with any more specific because I'm still calling it a 7.5 inch. Oh, it did get the reverse Tanto.
It's the same damn knife.
I think it's a good looking knife. All right, what will AI be doing in 20 years? It's thinking because it doesn't know how to answer me.
Ruling mankind.
Short answer, AI will be embedded into almost everything, but mostly invisible, less like a chatbot, more like an infrastructure layer for thinking, planning, and coordinating. Here's a grounded, futuristic, realistic look at what AI will likely be doing. And you can go down here and you can read all this shit. What it does for a knife designer.
Chris Brown got a good right cross, but I don't know about his.
Look at this. Manufacturing and craft will become hybrid. AI won't kill craftsmanship. It will amplify it. Small makers will compete with large companies using AI-driven.
Ask it why it's defending itself.
According to Javon, Chris Brown makes good knives too.
Why? Why do you feel this way?
Ryder just pushed my door open to my office so I can come in here and get cereal.
What's funny is Puck, who's out usually gallivanting for chicks, is sitting at the door wanting food.
See you, Derek.
Good question, and it's worth answering clearly and honestly, not mystically.
Hey, Derek,
I don't feel.
Did you get my Christmas card?
Who are you talking to?
I just typed or just put a bunch of nuts and glued them to some construction paper, sent them to Derek as a Christmas card in Braille.
Oh,
This is interesting. I don't feel this way in a human sense. That outlook comes from
I go
pattern
blind. Oh, I'm
analysis,
fucked because I can't feel nothing on my fingertips.
not belief or optimism. Here's why these conclusions are reasonably given what we already see. Every major technology becomes invisible. This is one of the strongest historical patterns. Electricity was once a miracle. Now it's assumed. Computers filled rooms. Now they're embedded everywhere. The internet was the future. Now it's plumbing. Technologies don't stay front and center. They disappear into infrastructure once they mature.
John, I really don't want to hear the opinion of a computer.
You
But
shallow-minded.
it did answer eloquently.
Hey, it designed a knife, a cool reverse handle. I've already forwarded that to KB, i.e. Kubi, by the way. And I'm going to name it the Tempest too and see how long it takes me to get sued
They
from
didn't
KB.
create any nicer knife than Dylan Mallory did.
No, but how much time did I invest in that? And I could get that made if I wanted it made based on what it kicked out. I don't want it
As soon as
made.
they saw it, them little Chinese guys will know exactly where it came from.
Right. But what I'm saying is with prompts, you can continue that conversation and say, I don't like that. Let's make it 8 inches and let's make the blade. You can tell it to do different things, right? You just guide you. The greatest example of this is Karmic X. I've talked about him, and one of the things he does besides has drunk binges on stream is he creates AI music. He had music from a band he used to have, and he fed it into AI to make all these songs. And he gets thousands of downloads on Spotify, which is not a much. But remember that Ghost Party song I played until I got copyright struck? That Ghost Party.
I get it. I think it's really entertaining to listen to, that AI thing where they're taking metal music and making it classic blues and all that. Some of it's really cool.
All right, guys, y'all got any parting words?
I gotta go to bed. I'm tired.
I do too. I love all y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging.
I appreciate y'all hanging around.
Hey, remember Friday night? We've got Jason Grant coming to talk about the Gripper V2 and a couple of really cool fixes he's got on the table. And I hope Shane and Kyle can join me because I want to talk about this Stand My SL Magic San Mai type way that they're doing it. Anyway, because he has more information than I do on that.
Eric, you can't see the Uber app to order an Uber.
Next Tuesday, we're bringing receipts to get this marijuana legalization pros or cons laid to bed, at least with our own data. But guys, I love each and every one of you. I'm checking out. I'm going straight over here to pee, let the cat in, and get food. I love each and every one of you. Peace.
Later.
Live stream and a gathering of friends. Insomniac, we can spin